Your dad's a lesbian.
Your mama, huh?
Mm.
The door is locked. Huh, that's strange. I think B-Man fucked up some of the walls.
No idea. Don't know how to respond to that.
I mean,
Because this meme wasn't meant for you. Because you lack a wayness.
you don't have the wiener to understand this meme.
No eggs. Empty egg carton. You don't have any eggs.
I do have eggs.
You don't.
Yes, I do.
You don't have 2 eggs that dangle from you.
If anything, she has more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scrambled eggs.
Like a continuous
That's what a
supply of
period
eggs.
is, yeah, scrambled
Yeah.
eggs.
Run it off.
There's a lot of tomato sauce there.
It's Eggs Benedict, except for it's a lot of sauce.
It's Eggs Benedict, don't hug me, I'm scared style.
Eh. Alright, clown. Gross.
How unladylike, Amazon. Were you raised in a barn?
My mom grew up out in the sticks. Does that count?
Yeah,
No.
basically.
I don't know, it might count.
Like when I'm out in public, I keep that shit to myself. But when I'm in the privacy of my own home,
But Amazon, didn't you know women aren't allowed to own property?
uh,
Women can't own property according to the laws.
Yeah, this is definitely,
The
19th
18th century.
I don't even think it was. I think it was like also early in the 19th century that was still a thing.
yeah, that's when we had a fucking high mortality rate in children. Not so much right now.
Fun
Did
I mean-
the job
fact.
fucking deserve?
Depending on what country you go to.
Yes.
Africa, fuckload of high mortality rate.
Well, yeah, but because they don't have as much access to health care as most first world countries do.
There's also the fact that not back then 90% of Africa wasn't even considered first world,
Yes.
where there were still a lot of tribal individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't there still a bunch of uncontacted tribes out in the world?
There's one now. A lot of the ones that aren't on that very particular island, those ones have been contacted and actually like interact with people. You're pretty usually, but the ones on that island are very hostile and angry.
Yeah,
Specifically because we fucked and raped them.
Yeah,
Justified.
they don't fuck with outsiders. Like the fuck, they make sure the outsiders don't fuck with them. They stay the fuck away.
Honestly,
They start
more than
shooting
fair.
Arrows.
It's all fun and games.
Throwing
until
spears and shit.
It's all fun and games until the trees start going.
Stop.
Inappropriate. You'll get donked.
It's not even. Also, it's just wrong as well because they quite literally killed them on the beach as soon as they got there.
Yeah, as soon as they hit the beach.
Like they didn't
Fucking
get
gone.
to the trees.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember seeing
like
that
people,
thing
like
where
people,
they-
were, like people would be
Oh my god.
people who've actually been there and actually seen them try to attack them.
There's
Tell the
one
other people who
motherfucker.
are watching them.
There's one motherfucker that gets me. He was trying to spread the word of Jeebus, and he went to the island. No one wanted to ever like deliver him there, so he basically swam there, and he tried to spread the word of Jesus, and then he got shot with an arrow.
Yeah, he got
But-
fucking killed on the beach.
No. Let me finish. The arrow was blocked by the Bible that he had It was a perfect heart shot, but he had a Bible protect him, and he fucking booked it. And he saw that as a sign from God that they need his word stronger, instead of God going, I'll give you this one.
You know what? I'll give you one idiot. Oh, for fuck's sake, he's still doing it.
He's going back.
You
Fuck.
get one mulligan. Everybody gets one.
You get one. And then he went back, and God just went, God fucking damn it. Just,
You dumbass.
you dumb motherfucker.
You get what you fucking deserve.
Even though he is a massive dumbass, that must be a pretty cool souvenir.
What, a fucking Bible with a hole in it from the arrow protecting you? Like,
No, I mean the arrow.
Literally God going, you get to live this one. I'm not giving you another one. I see what you're doing. Good on you. I generally don't care about that, but you get one. You're trying to be a good person.
Yes.
Also, I do love how when like they saw a helicopter, the first instinct was not to be scared, but to attack it with spears.
Well, they know where metal comes from.
Yeah, but like to that, like it's the equivalent of aliens showing up to us with like technologically advanced shit. And actually, no, wait, we would.
Are
do
you
exactly
telling
the same
us
thing.
that we wouldn't just go guns blazing on that motherfucker? I'm pretty sure we would.
I mean, part of me hopes that we would,
We
but
would.
most of me knows that we wouldn't.
Hi, B-Man. How you doing, buddy?
Hi, B-Man.
Hey.
B-Man, I'm being bullied. They're talking shit and calling my dead mother a hoe.
On
Yeah, I'll be there.
accident.
You need to ban Jam.
Huh?
I'm the recording
Oh,
device,
that's cool.
so...
If you guys needed a few extra minutes to do all your shit, that would be great, because I need a few extra minutes too, because I'm setting a few extra things up.
All right, cool. I'm gonna piss.
I guess, would you say I have enough time for like 5 minute smoke?
Go for it.
Yay.
Alright. I'm also gonna go live now. So, best behavior, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And we are live, but we are not starting yet.
Crazy how nature do that.
What the fuck, man? Alright, time to get an audio test.
Jam
Alright,
smells.
time to get an audio test.
Stinky.
Jam
Alright,
smells.
time to get an audio. Alright. I got an automatic message from Wizbot.
Oh my god.
Does he have roommates?
No, I have no idea. I'm not sure what his living situation is. Ugh.
Alright. Just getting Twitch chat up in a seeable spot, just in case, just for my own entertainment purposes. I know damn well no one's gonna type in chat, but that's beside the point.
Pardon me?
Don't burp, that's illegal. Right. who's all here? I know you're here, and I know you're not here.
I heard Jacket in the background. I'm not sure if he's on his computer.
That was his
I'm
pissing
here.
noise.
I'm just collecting everything. I've been
Yep.
fucking frantically making things like an asshole.
I have a question.
My notes up. Yeah.
Do you live with anybody?
Parents.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
They
it.
usually leave me alone, but I was being handed food.
Fair enough. What you got?
They give you a peace offering.
It's a chicken Caesar pasta salad. It's really good.
That
It's
does
like a
sound
bow tie
Ooh,
pasta.
that-
It's
that-
like a bow tie pasta with like a Italian dressing with little bits of celery and seasoning and chicken.
I don't like celery all that much, but yeah. It's kind of like
It's good to add two things.
Yeah, it's
I find it has a weird taste. I don't know why no one else notices it.
I mean, it's one of the main vegetables for like a mirepoix, for like the base of like almost any dish.
I don't like celery. It has like this weird bitterness that no one else seems to get.
Bitterness.
Celery's bitter. Excuse me.
Yeah,
I mean,
celery-
I guess. Like, actually, I know what you're talking about. It's like it's not really like that's not a really present.
It's very strong for
Thing.
me though. It's weird. Like celery has a very strong bitterness to me.
You probably have a genetic predisposition to that.
God.
I've
Celery
never heard
attacked my
celery
family
being
when I
bitter.
was young.
Oh shit! There's a sound thing I forgot to get. I need this track.
I need it.
I know.
What's it called? What's it called?
Pardon me.
God damn Amazon.
Ah.
Fucking belching in my fucking stream. I'm gonna fucking carry it. It's not watching it.
Sorry there, mate. Very sorry.
You only
Oi, mate.
refer to me as your lordship and El Streamo boy.
Sorry there, governor.
Alright, Gov,
sorry.
you're gonna refer to you as a bit of crap.
Just
That's
do
pretty
the-
pog, Gov.
That's pretty pog, gov.
It's pretty punk of.
Ooh, I found the track. Ugh, I hate like rapidly downloading a bunch of YouTube audio last second.
Well, I'm prepared. What about you, bitch?
I have been working for 3 hours. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, he's good. You're good. You're good.
I've been working for like 2 minutes because I'm already prepared, bitch.
Your dad's a lesbian.
Dad, are you a lesbian? Yeah. Are you identify as a lesbian? Okay. There's your answer.
I mean, yeah.
Oh my god. I'm so proud of you.
I mean, he's right in the kitchen. It's right there. Easy to ask.
Welcome back.
Hold on.
I can't believe your dad's really a lesbian.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he likes women, I assume.
Hmm.
Fuck me. Alright, hold on.
I'm pretty sure he also likes dudes, but I don't know.
Hey. So I
Well,
still
I'm-
got a shot at becoming your new stepfather.
Accepted. You'll have to give me tithe, though.
Tithe?
A tithe?
It's the child
No.
tax.
You're not getting any allowance. Go back to your room.
I don't give a shit about an allowance. I'm just gonna spend your money.
What money?
Exactly.
I'm a gold digger.
Oh,
The reason I married
you're
your
in this
dad-
for the wrong fucking reasons, then, bucko.
yeah.
No,
Yeah.
You
I'm
chose
gonna-
the wrong
I'm
family
gonna
to
put in
gold
a
mine.
giant health insurance thing on your father and then kill
Oh,
him
God.
after marrying him and then get all the money.
What
a
money?
Yeah, that's a lot of bold assumptions you're still trying to make.
Yeah.
From the health insurance.
He doesn't have any.
That's why I'm gonna put a huge deposit on his and then kill him. Within the same week.
Yeah, because that one sounds
Yeah,
suspicious
marry, then
at all.
kill, then fuck. In that order.
Yeah.
Fuck, marry, kill.
Yeah.
I'm almost there.
Fuck, I still
Didn't you
have a
guys need to
cookie.
add like feats or something? Like, did you guys do all that?
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
I'll probably just take an ASI for right now.
Yeah, I'm all good.
ASI.
Same.
I'm gonna just take an ASI for right now because I literally can't think of it, but I might change that in a bit. But not today, but
My absolutely frantic clicking is almost at an end. Sorry.
You're fine.
we're just gonna go with an ASI for right now because I can't be fucked to try and find a feat for myself.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I did want to ask something of Jam and Jacket, and this is serious and not a meme. But can we try and get more on the same wavelength, and be a bit more serious about the roleplay aspect?
I have been. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, no, I know you have been. It's just kind of, I don't know, it feels like Jam's a meme a little bit, and I'm not trying to tell you how to play, just, I don't know, can you take it a bit more serious?
I kind of am. I'm just I don't know what
you-
you're seeing.
Yeah,
that
would
I'm
you like to
not,
give us an example?
'cause,
Just how your character doesn't react to things happening around him in the believable way?
Bruh, I'm literally casting miracles from God, and you expect everything to be realistic.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna need more of an example, dog.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess
I
he
suppose.
really
I
means
suppose.
just
Yeah.
like tone of voice in some aspects. I mean, like there's plenty of like avenue to be silly in the campaign. Like I don't want no silliness. That'd be ridiculous. Like you got to have a balance between stupidity and seriousness. But I'd say at least when there's serious things going on, just let it have its passing before.
pretty sure I have. Again, I'm gonna need more of a direct example because I'm not gonna be able to remember literally everything.
I guess what they're referring to is the kind of cracking of jokes after the fucking Eldritch Horde appeared, or
Okay.
during its arrival.
I
didn't-
have. Yeah,
Okay.
I can't give examples because I haven't like gone back to the recording to like specifically write down timestamps or anything. Like they're not like going like off the rails or anything. I'd say like I personally don't care as much, but I'd say when like someone is at least intending to speak seriously, just like let them have the moment before making a meme or anything. You can make memes, just like just timing is everything is really my takeaway for that. If that makes any sense. If you're confused, don't lose any sleep over it, but. Just being,
Yeah,
I guess
it's
being cognizant of everyone's intentions is really, I think, what Goat's trying to say.
Pretty much.
I'm not wagging my finger at anybody. I'm just saying, I guess we've only actually been doing this for a handful of sessions. We're still finding our group dynamic, but I guess
I don't really have specific examples for you, Jam, because it's been like 2 weeks since we last played. And I don't remember the exact shit. I just remember, that feeling. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. For like the attitude at all. Like genuinely, I'm pretty sure I've been quiet during that kind of stuff.
All right.
it's okay. We're not gonna like crack down on you or anything like that. Like
Nah,
it's
nah,
again,
nah.
like this isn't like this isn't like intervention or anything.
I know, but I'm, like I definitely would like an example of like that in the future if possible because I genuinely have no idea.
Yeah, I can't give you one, so like I'm kind of on like the same boat as you. Like I know what goat means. It's hard to put into words. Well, we'll talk about it later, but like don't lose any sleep over it. You're doing fine.
Yeah, no, like, I enjoy playing with you guys. I just want us to be more on the same wavelength.
I'm pretty sure that's
With,
more
like,
of just
the
a
pacing.
character pacing thing. I don't know.
That does play a role.
Yeah, because I suppose, like, the biggest example is I wanted to expand on the conversation I was having with the chaplain, but Jacket went off to go do something with the gem and kind of cut that short. I'm not saying, like, I don't want you to, like, wait with bated breath for me to finish the conversation, but I suppose just, like, the group's in the phase of talking to this guy. So if you could, throw in questions of your own, and then we could move on to other things, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
To explain that, at the very least, we did ask him a few questions. My character came to an assessment a bit quickly, which turned out to be correct.
Yeah.
Like,
I
this
think,
is... If I'm wrong, then your character could absolutely correct me in the future. It's just in this case, I happen to be right, and that sped things up a bit.
yeah, it did. Yeah, it's definitely, I was on the same thought process of you, as in, like, all this shit is coming from the gem. I just felt we could have kind of prepared for it better and kind of had more communication with it.
I'm gonna be honest, were you preparing for an eldritch being to come straight out of the gem and slap us in the face?
No.
I don't think there was much that could have been prepared for with that.
Yeah, I suppose just a lot of grievances with me that I'm feeling is that I talk slow. It takes me a minute to formulate what I want to say, so there's like a stretch of silence before I speak up, and people are already doing different things, which is kind of my fault.
Yeah. Which ultimately comes down to like understanding each other and the intentions. Again, that falls into group dynamic. So
Yes.
we're still working on. We're getting our sea legs for the group dynamic, which is okay. But like
Yeah.
actually airing this is important, just so like we know and to give people like a moment. You know.
We definitely
Yeah, I'm
want
not-
to do this at some other point though, because we are
Yes.
60 minutes prior.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not gonna harp on it anymore. I think we are pretty much good to start proper.
Getting a VC tomorrow
but
at
yeah.
some point, or
I just want to clarify in the ending statement is, I'm not trying to give either of you shit, and I do genuinely enjoy playing this game with you, even if I may not seem like it.
I have
because
been
I'm
recording for
super
21
critical.
minutes. Let's hold on to this. You could suck on it
Yeah.
later. It's fine.
All right. So.
Love you. Anyways.
Love you.
Without further ado, let me officially bring this session to an opening. There we are. See if this will actually play.
Who wants to do a recap?
I thought you were playing the Halloween theme for a second.
I can't hear that. What the fuck?
I hear something.
Ah, there.
I
Hold
hear a
on.
soft don don.
I had some problems with my audio. That's why I want to do this first. You might. I'm gonna go ahead and restart real quick. Just hold on to your hats, because
Yep.
I wasn't able to hear anything, and that's kind of a big deal because I need to be able to hear what I'm doing.
Hold up. Let me just make it to where the windows aren't seen before something dumb happens. Never mind. You did it.
Oh no, all the IPs! Actually, can you
Let's try
remind me
this
if you do the
again.
IP for this? I'm not sure how Foundry works.
Just I suppose close out your browser and rejoin.
You can just
the
you can
link.
rejoin. Like it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shacket. Shacket successfully joined the game.
There we go. Yep. Get back in. Should be good.
What's
makes
the
me so
unimprinted one?
An empty player.
Oh.
Good news.
Who's everyone?
Good news. My power box exploded.
I don't know. To be perfectly honest, I kind of didn't like that person in the first place. So,
Well, blessing in disguise. So,
like,
anyways.
I was actively searching a way to tell you I veto this one. So,
All right. Anyways, let's see if this will work this time.
and then she vetoed for me. So, by deciding that fuck this, I'm out for some reason.
Can you hear that? Is that not cutting out?
It might take a second to load. It's still
movie.
loading for me.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, now I hear it.
All right.
Let me just go make sure my audio is actually up on my.
It is kind
Yeah,
of stopping and then continuing.
Wonderful time for audio issues. Let's just stick to a track that I know will work. It could just be that one. I haven't really used that one yet.
Sounds fine to me. So
How's that?
I
Can you
still
hear
don't
that?
hear anything.
0
Really?
out of 0. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mother of God. What the hell's happened? All right. Yeah, it's a good thing we're doing this now, I guess. I'm gonna just restart all of Foundry. Just give me a second. I want this dealt with right now before we actually get into this. What the fuck is this shit, man? Come on.
In other news, my dog broke the wing of a bird in the backyard today.
Did he
Funny.
eat it?
Yeah.
No. He didn't, like, kill and eat the bird, but he was treating it like a squeaky toy, broke its wing.
Ow. Did you at least, like, either take it to a vet or put it out of its misery?
Oh yeah, put out its misery and put it in the bin.
Alright.
Poor Kazooie. He got what he fucking deserved.
Fucking sucks, but whatever. Shit happens.
That's not a very
All
fun
right, everyone
story.
load in one more time. I am hoping we'll be good now.
I don't know,
Hoping.
it just says the game is paused for me, so I'm assuming it's just gonna load up just fine.
It is not.
Refresh
Not
it.
paused. Yeah, you have to refresh because I like totally gutted it.
Could this be a dox from that anonymous hacker 4chan?
God damn.
I did sell your IP for $20, so
Hey, $20 is
$20
$20.
$20.
Piece of shit. Come on. All right. I'm gonna preload this. Give it a few seconds and then. Mm-hmm. Is everyone able to see the map okay and all that
I'm
jazz?
still loading. It takes me a second because I have 3 things running right now.
I see.
Speaking of which, I need to close out Steam because that's trying to install something right now.
Oh, Jack, it just disappeared from the player list. What's going on with that?
Uh-oh.
Jacket was a ghost all along.
Jacket, you
Yeah,
good?
I was actually like a shared mass hysteria.
He's still in the player list. I think it just it just says unimprinted Gyaran. All right. Are you playing music?
No.
Okay.
All right.
I'm waiting for Jacket to load in because his little player dot disappeared. I'm trying to make sure he has that. You good now, Jacket? Can you see everything?
Well, nothing's loading for me, so this is fun.
Yeah, give it a
All
minute.
right.
There we go. Now it's loading.
We're just gonna do a quick speed test because this is not okay.
Play the Foghorn soundtrack.
No, 200 megabits per second. That should be fine.
Hey, you have just as much as me.
Yeah.
What's your
Alright,
upload?
Okay. Is everyone fucking loaded?
Yeah, I'm loaded.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jacket, you
Can
loaded?
everyone fucking hear this that I'm playing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Finally. Jacket, you in here?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Can you hear the audio?
Yes.
Okay, cool. We got it. That took a minute. Sorry for the delay, but these things got to be crimped out sooner than later. In any case, we're picking things up where we left off. Right from last time. Exploring the Crucible in greater detail and finding the source of power that Cartographer Patrol 63 had discovered. This keystone ended up housing a lot more than just power, as upon investigating it, as well as trying to evaluate the sanity of all those concerned within the Crucible, an eldritch deity came forth and attacked everyone at large. There were some unfortunate casualties, but ultimately it looks like everyone was able to put the beast back into its place before the keystone was cracked in half, preventing further use. The immaculate source of power has been destroyed, regrettably. However, the uncertainty and the immediate threat has been dealt with. The remaining Shireguard Elite Thistle is tending to his fallen comrades. Meanwhile, the 2 Cartographer patrols would coalesce around Sadrius by his altar. And you gonna say something?
Is this pre or post sleep?
This is pre-sleep.
Okay.
Having everyone's wounds addressed, Sadrius, now unabated by the massive amount of power interfering with his clerical energy, would successfully be able to imbue the Helios stone composing the Crucible in a warm divine light. Having done this, he would gather everyone close and would say a number of holy words in recited prayer. It seems as though his blessings are amplified by this place, and everyone would feel his influence to great effect, much like the influence of the stone prior, before it was shattered. And everyone having being close and bearing witness to this event you would, although haunted by the immediate events, would feel a warm light invigorate and empower you further beyond your normal states. This would mend your wounds, and you feel as though your understanding for yourselves has expanded. Which in layman's terms means everyone gained a level and has increased their power.
Brain expansion.
The rest of Cartographer Patrol 63 is mostly to themselves. They are widely concerned about their connections to the stone, and are mostly trying to figure out whether their thoughts are truly their own in light of this ceremony that Sadrius had performed. Left out from the ceremony was Morthos, who kept to herself to the far north end and seems to be hunched over, doing something out of sight. She's seemingly very distraught, having seen what became of her project. There is remorse and defeat in her voice from what little she was able to say, which would ultimately bring us to the present moment. Catheron here would be coming in from outside and would be brought up to speed on the events. And he would report that the machines that had been using the energy the Crucible is giving off have sputtered to a halt, leaving exposure as a risk for this place, having no longer being the advantage of having that power from the stone. And being the esteemed mage he is, will be seeing what he can do with those machines in light of this, as well as keeping watch outside.
I did want to address the chaplain now that he's finished with his sermon.
Okay. You would get a moment with him as everyone is hunkering down for the night and undressing themselves, and you get his attention.
Chaplain, as I said prior, I'm very unfamiliar with your magics. However, there is some questions brewing within me that I believe you could help with. For one, we initially sought you out to revive an important person back at Highshire. I naturally assumed that you had the ability to revive the dead. Is there nothing you can do for the fallen Shire Guard?
He would look over towards the two fallen and would consider his own thoughts for a moment. Taking life back from death is no easy task, and it requires everything that Highshire has to offer in order to even have a chance to accomplish this. It's not something done very lightly, I'm afraid. While I could try my hand, I am doubtful as to whether or not that Highshire has what we need to bring back people from the dead en masse. Given the circumstances from what you told me on your arrival, I would suspect that the Inquisition, as well as the Will of the Chosen, have designated what little resources they must have to bring your friend back. I presume he is of great importance. There has been much death since the star fell from the sky. And if I could bring each and every one of our own people back, I wouldn't hesitate. We're limited by our own resources, which we can scarcely even recover now that the outside world is more hostile than ever. Besides, as I understand the elite, death is a proper dismissal of duty, a completion of their own cycle. Then be with Zula. I think they find peace in the deaths they found.
I see. As for their burial, you desired or thought prudent that they be buried here. I do have an alternate suggestion. I do have a way to transport the remains quite easily back to Highshire alongside us. That will not hamper our travels. I'm unsure on whether or not it is my place to suggest such. However, I simply thought them devoting their lives to the defense of Highshire and its people, they would prefer to be buried there.
Being buried within the walls in humanity's homeland, that would be preferable to being buried out here in no man's land. But the transportation of the bodies is unorthodox. I would advise getting the opinion of their surviving comrade. He seems to be tending to them. I would take his recommendation to heart.
Right.
I-
Give him an...
Yeah,
Oh.
he would kind of give like an ending remark. I ultimately suggested to bury them here as to not have their dead weight burden us on the trek back, given there is so much riding on our shoulders. But with your proposed alternative, perhaps an exception can be made.
Yeah, I'll give a nod and make my way over to Fizzle.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose
would
you could, Oh, sorry. Never mind.
He would be, knelt over in a vigil prayer, kind of giving his respects and his blessings to his two fallen. He's still a statue.
Fizzle, I have a proposal for you. It was initially believed that we would be unable to bring the remains back to Highshire, but I do have a way to transport them that will not hinder our progress, if that is agreeable to you.
Thistle wouldn't break his stance in the slightest, remaining as though a statue, focused on his two fallen. There would be a bit of a silence after your words, but then he would eventually break it. I think that would be a suitable end to their line of duty. Ultimately, in harsh environments like this, we bury them where they fall as a final testament to where they laid their lives. But lucky few, under certain circumstances, get to be buried within the consecrated soil of Highshire itself. Truthfully, to them, it would not matter. But, given that there's so much wildness out here, uncertainty, I'd rather not leave their bodies up to the changing world. If they are not a hindrance to you to be transported back home, I would be in your debt.
It is the least I could do. After all, they, well, did their duty and ensured the rest of us remain in the world of the living.
As have you, Rin. As have I. I understand you're not religiously inclined. But even still, my respect for you, it grows by the moment. I appreciate everything that you have offered for my comrades, for your own comrades, for everything we fight for. I have much gratitude, far beyond my line of duty. On behalf of them, myself, and everyone else, thank you.
I'll just give a nod. Because Rin doesn't know how to fucking deal with that extreme gratitude. But, yeah, to not take up any more time from the others, I did essentially want to, alongside with Fizzle's help, prep them for transfer, essentially storing them and explaining the process of, storing the remains in a interdimensional space in the bag of holding.
I'll be completely honest, the visual of you just shoving a dead body in the bag is kind of hilarious.
Yeah, like how big's the opening of a bag of holding?
So,
I definitely do apologize to Fizzle if this seems unglamorous, but it is needed.
So, yeah, you would take the time to bring out this unceremonious sack that you would plop onto the ground and explain that you're going to be, well, quite bluntly shoving the bodies into this magical sack of yours in order to transport them in a separate dimension. And this stillness that is already exhibited in Thistle somehow gets even stiller as he tries to process what you're doing.
I'm doing it respectively. The bag has a 3 something diameter.
3 meters. It's pretty
3
fucking
meter.
big.
It is very big, and I'm doing it respectfully.
3 feet,
I'm not like
sorry.
I'm not like lifting and shoving them in. Instead, I'm kind of doing it from opening the bag towards their boots without lifting them from the ground fully.
This is
Essentially
just a
pulling
magic trick.
I was about to say,
yeah.
I don't. Is there a respectful way to shove a body in a bag?
Not really. I'm just trying not to be. I'm essentially sliding the bag over their bodies like a fucking corner, but it's closing up around them.
It has a 3-foot diameter, so like, how wide are their shoulders? Like,
It's a bit of a squeeze for sure.
Yeah.
And there's a clear draw that you can physically see, Rin, where his practiced recital of what to do with the fallen ends and your unorthodox methods begin, where he follows his prayer and preparation to a T, and you would then come in with your bag, and you would see this will kind of just suddenly lock up, unsure of what to do. It's more of a he's transitioning off of a visual silence to more of a confused but cautiously allowing you to do this silence. It's a bit awkward on his end, but
As I said, I'm trying to be as respectful as possible, and I'm explaining what the fuck I'm doing with this magic bag.
You know when you get to the shoulders, do you have to like shake them in a bit?
you would do so. Now, Thistle, of course, being an elite, he is quite strong, quite capable, and he could easily sling these guys over his shoulders. So getting these into the bag, he of course would awkwardly help you after understanding the gist of what you're trying to accomplish. You would be able to get them both tucked away in your bag.
I'm just imagining trying to get them out now. You're just shooting
that's gonna be
bag.
yeah.
It's fine. You
Hard
just
looks
turn
from
the
the
bag
Inquisitor.
inside out. Whatever's in the bag will
No,
just
there's a
flop
big fuck-off
unceremoniously on the floor.
There's a big
Yeah.
fuck-off robot. You just end up crushing the bodies.
No, that's not how it works. Like, the interdimensional space is like a square where things are like neatly put in their
Yes,
No,
proper
but if you
places.
turn it
Yeah.
inside out to get them out.
Yeah.
I can just reach in and fucking like
I
grab
know.
Pull them
that-
out like a dead rabbit.
I know that's
Yeah.
what you would do, because the visual of you just like fucking trying to shimmy them out and like just shake them as they get stuck is horrible.
Yeah.
Alright, can you remind me their names?
Who's
I'm adding them
God?
to my inventory.
I'm
Was it
gonna make,
Osrar and Godmere?
Yes.
I'm making a box of cereal with their names on
Oscar?
it now.
It was
Osrare,
Osrare
and Godmare.
Send me their names, please. On
What does
Discord,
Hold on.
God
Let
know?
me,
Disappeared.
because I'm making a meme of this now.
Shire.
Hold on. Let me put their names in chat.
Like that?
Fucking horrible.
Oh, pretty close.
Oh, Nair. Or Mayor. I thought it was Nair. There we go.
It's like Mirax.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what do we have for like a bed setup here?
Not really one to speak of. There are quiet corners that are off tucked away behind pillars where you can establish yourselves with your bedrolls, as is evident by the way that Patrol 63 has. There is little tucked away corners where they have their claims, but there's plenty of space to choose a place to stake your own claim.
Well, it's like a out loud suggestion, I guess. Then after watching that, so well, to everyone, there's no longer a shield. to what the wizard has said, yes?
Yeah, all of the defenses that was established by the stone are now forfeit. This place is exposed.
Is there a back door? Because if not, then they only have one entrance.
Yeah, there's
Well-
only one way in as far as you know, then it's the big old doors that you came through.
May I make a suggestion for both of our parties, then?
You may.
Ugh. Got some eldritch in my throat. Anyway, may we, someone from each of us, maybe we would be best to pair up, set out a watch. One from each of us. We have multiple sets of eyes, everyone gets a good night's rest, and should anything happen, 2 is better than 1 when keeping an eye out for things.
You would see, I'm assuming you're giving this suggestion at large to everybody in
Yeah,
the room.
this is just a general address.
Okay. The elf ranger here, whose name you would be acquainted with, her name is Vela, would nod in agreement, and she would speak up in support. Yes, that does seem like a smart choice. Multiple eyes. Although, Catharon did volunteer to stay outside. Well, I suppose if you're gonna keep watch, it might as well be on the far side of the doors.
I am willing to go outside with him. There is something in particular I would like to watch, though. Not exactly the Horizon Atoll, but where the big beastie fell.
That would be a good point. Although, from everything that has been destroyed by the energy from the stone, we've yet to see any rise again.
Were
Still-
any as big as that?
Well, no, but still, you raise a good point. You should keep an eye out.
More to that point, I suppose, the reason why I suggested 1 from ours and 1 from yours is because you still haven't showed us the way in and out of the door should we need it.
The dwarf would speak up again. Oh yeah, I can show you. Yeah.
fine.
Sorry, I was kind of quick last time because we had stuff to do, but yeah, it's not that hard. If I can do it, you can do it.
Well, in that case, it's just a matter of dividing up watches, I guess, then.
All right, I guess we'll have someone from our group and someone from your group for the same 3 watches we usually do.
Sounds fine to me.
All right, well, I mean, I'm not too tired right now. I actually feel pretty good. I could do first watch.
I'm usually a fan of doing last watch, but I could do middle watch as well. It doesn't really concern me, either way.
I'll go with the dwarf. It is fine. We'll probably chat about something.
Yeah. All right. And you, Caecilius the dwarf, and Catharon the mage would make preparations to take first watch while everyone else is beginning to simmer down for the evening.
Actually, I do want to tag along with them. I have some stuff to talk with the mage. I also want to be outside and inspect the electric fence, I suppose, as best we can call it.
Don't come with it too much. It might kill you.
Yeah, essentially, I do want to grill the mage for what he knows about it, what repairs they made, and such things like that. And I do want to study it for myself alongside them outside.
Of course. Yeah, you can very much do so. And as you're rearing up to go along with them, you would have, this'll kind of give you a tap on the shoulder as you're preparing, and he has this bit of an awkward body language. Hey, are they gonna, like, will they roll around in there?
No, they will not. Envision a room within this bag. Everything is set in its proper place. It is completely stationary. It is, for lack of a better term, an interdimensional room, floating in nothing. Safe, secure.
A place of peace.
Yes.
I'm surprised we don't utilize those kinds of magics ourselves. Place to stay, and when things get tough, could be a good idea.
There is one thing, however, regarding this space and bag of mine. The interior does not have any oxygen now. So, regrettably, it cannot act as a place of refuge.
Oh. Well. Godmare and Oswer won't be needing any of that, so I see no issues as far as we're concerned.
If it would ease your concerns in the slightest, I believe you should be the one to carry it until we return the remains to Highshire.
He gives a grateful bow of the head. I very much appreciate this. I'll protect it as if I'm protecting the lives of all of you. And
Hand
yeah.
over.
You would do so. And Thistle would raise a voice, having concluded all of his services with his fallen. I volunteer for second watch on behalf of Patrol 26.
I will wake you whenever it is time to change.
And the big guy, the Dragonborn Titus, would be paired up with Thistle. And in the meantime, they would essentially claim this area. They are. And would begin to make preparations to settle down for the evening. And let's see. Garrock, you were taking third watch, was it?
Third or second, but seeing as they've taken second, then I guess I fall to third. So, third watch,
All
yes.
right. And in support with you, the elf Vela will be teaming up with you for final watch.
Interesting. All right.
She makes a point that she doesn't need as much rest, and she doesn't necessarily feel tired anyways after Sadrius' words. Which, on that topic, everyone essentially at this point, before even simmering down from the night, you did essentially receive the benefits of a long rest from whatever it is that he did. It's as if all of what he did to consecrate this place, that energy coalesced onto you and stifled your own bodies and minds. It weakened the energy he had on this place, but it looks like Sadrius is hard at work mending such an issue. And with all the watches established, if anyone has any remaining actions, you may take them. Otherwise, we'll begin the night proper.
No, I'm good.
All right.
By the way,
As-
this door is locked. It's kind of weird.
Night would officially befall everyone. There we are.
Cozy.
Mm-hmm.
So there are four
And-
people on first watch.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm not watching.
Oh,
Yeah,
You
no,
volunteer for
you're just
watch.
hanging out here for like a minute.
For
I'm-
research purposes.
yeah, I'm researching the fuck out of these machines. Like, I'm not even gonna bother.
Caecilius would eagerly go to the door. Cathron is immediately behind him, and Caecilius, the dwarf, would very quickly begin to recite the series of patterns sliding certain pieces of the door into certain positions in order to unlock it. And he would complete this. There would be a moment of anticipation, and nothing happens.
Oh.
And then Caecilius would scratch his head for a second. Huh. Thought I did that right. And you would see a hand to push him back as the mage speaks up. You did it wrong. The dwarf does not say anything in return. As the mage would then give his example, which is much more deliberate, slow, knowing that both of you are taking in the pattern, and he's explaining each movement in effective detail. He's well spoken, well articulated, and without issue, you're able to memorize the pattern. It's about a full 30-second process, but having certain things slid into position, the door would give a slight shudder before the outside is revealed, allowing you to go through.
Not the best
Have you
memory.
encountered other doors like this one before? Or was the discovery of the way to open and close this one purely trial and error?
The mage would speak. The pattern was actually the work of the stone. We simply imitated what it did on its own. As for other doors like this, they're few and far between as far as I'm concerned. According to scriptures, there is existing doors in a similar make at the Pillar of Commandments in the center of our lands. However, I myself have not seen nor used them. This is a new development for me.
I see. Regardless, I did wish to speak with you more about the nature of these electric nodes, if you will. What you know of them, their operation, as well as the repairs I've heard your team has made.
Well, it's not my cleanest work, but we've done what we can and we've made it work. And he would continue to give a bit of a rundown of these things. And for the sake of brevity, he would give you a quick synopsis that essentially these machines were constructed by several different teams over time, and they have quite a bit of age to them. You would see that the base of which is constructed of a older, more worn metal that older artificers that first attempted to claim this place had created. And there is a shift in material and somewhat in the architecture that goes towards the rest of this, as presumably a secondary team took the different materials and completed the rest. And you can see as he's going through this, there is a series of almost holy and clerical looking sigils that have been inscribed into this. But written over those are different sigils that was the work of the mage, Catharon. It seems that originally the idea was to use the clerical energy from the consecration of this place and channel that into creating a veil. However, Catherine would tell you that once they used the stone and placed it upon the altar, they needed to rethink this and essentially repurpose this from harnessing divine light to pure magical energy. It's not the cleanest thing as it's plain to see, given your acumen for creating devices like this. And taking a closer look at the metal now that's still smoking from remnant energy, you can see that there's discoloration on the metal, as if the continued usage of the unabated raw magic from the stone was almost warping this. You think that these machines wouldn't have been sustainable long term.
So the stone's energy was essentially too much input, and they couldn't output enough without structural damage. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's like putting too much juice into batteries. And despite them being able to create something of a force field, and he would go on to explain that by activating certain sigils simultaneously, they can essentially shoot out the circuit in a straight line, which can create the beam that you had witnessed shortly before coming here that struck down the dragon. Aiming it has proven very hard, so it's a bit of a crapshoot.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in getting a look at the inner workings myself now that it is deactivated, if he's not opposed.
Oh, yeah, no, and he would help you, so make a Arcana roll with advantage.
Not 20.
Private is.
For a total of 27. Oh, that was a private roll. Whoops.
No, I saw.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're the DM.
Oh,
It's rolled to the
doesn't-
DM.
doesn't get much better than that.
Right.
You're fascinated by this, and it isn't too dissimilar to your own projects, but you've never had the material, nor the power source, nor anything during your life on the outside of the walls to do any of this. You learn a tremendous amount. It builds off of fundamentals that you're already familiar with through your own trial and error. And you learn a substantial amount to the point where you feel like if you had a power source, preferably of a smaller degree, you could recreate something like this one-to-one, perhaps with your own improvements.
Yeah. Sorry if I'm taking up too much time, people, but
No, it's perfect.
very interesting to me. But yeah, I do want to spend the time needed to get a very good understanding of this. And towards the end of that, I did want to ask this helpful mage beside me if there were any spare parts that they use for the repairs here, and if they would be willing to spare any.
There would be, and given that the machine is now going to have to be retweaked a bit, given they did a patch job and now they essentially need to undo their patch job, they do have spare materials that aren't necessarily useful anymore. So there's a tremendous amount of magic latent metal that you'd be able to take. About 80 pounds worth.
Just put those on top of the corpses.
I have other bags in a chest, don't worry.
Please don't tell me they're in the bag.
What?
The bag is in the bag. The bag of holding. Inside the bag of holding.
No.
That would make a black hole.
It would.
But yeah, I'll definitely thank the man. And excuse myself back inside, as I have some work to take care of. Though I do offer for him to, come find me later on if he needs some assistance in tweaking these machines later.
Yes. He would give you a warm smile, which is a nice change given that for the most part he's been rather stoic, as you seem to have really gained some points with him since you're of similar persuasions. And you would head back inside, having him heeded your words.
Later, nerds.
You would step back in, and after walking back down, there would be a resounding as that door shuts on its own.
But yeah, I'm definitely going to find some place to work. Over here to my left, is this about a decently sized stone table?
Absolutely. The candelabra is not lit, so it's easily moved off. It's not necessarily part of the architecture here. That was an addition by mankind. But the slate itself is heliostone, which is very interesting to you because you've never had the opportunity to really work with anything like heliostone to this kind of degree. So you believe that being in this environment and going off of your crit with learning everything you can about the machines, you have a tremendous advantage here for any tinkering you want to do.
Yeah. For the sake of keeping it secret, you know what I'm working on, those
I
two
do.
things. And
I do.
I'll definitely gather those spare parts and alongside what metal and little tinker stuff I have on my person and not in my bag of holding, I am sitting to work.
Through the grace of that crit, carrying over to this, given it is very relevant work, you would have no difficulty putting your own thoughts and theories, given what you learned, to application, and you have resounding success. You haven't been this excited to tinker in quite some time. The possibilities are very palpable. And as for everyone else who is within the confines of the Crucible, Rin's a pretty big, bulky guy. You can see that he's tinkering things on the table, but given his bulk, it's kind of hard to see what he's working on. You imagine
Can I take
he's...
a peek anyway?
You're gonna take a peek?
I mean, I make no gestures about trying to hide that I'm taking a peek, but I will try and take a peek. Yes, I'm a craftsman. I'm
all right. Where are you sitting down? Are you over here in this north end? You gonna go walk all the way down to go see what Rin's doing?
Yes.
Just
okay.
Massive foot stamps, just tum, tum, tum.
Yeah. Without,
I mean, I don't sit down to bed immediately, so I might as
yeah.
well see what the fucking clanging's all about.
Fair. Yeah, the clanging does echo a little bit, but
It's a
yeah,
big
there would be.
fucking acoustic stone hall.
There is nothing subtle about Garrick's approach, and Ren, you would see that one of your comrade cartographers is approaching to see what you're doing.
I am completely engrossed. Even though I hear him coming, I make no movements to address him. I am 100% zoomed in on my work.
Fair. Well, from a much closer angle, could I have an idea of what it is that he's perhaps making?
Yeah,
I'm a
given
cleric
from
of
here, and
crafts,
he's
after all.
quite enveloped in his work. You would see there's a number of his own contraptions that have been previously featured along his suit, but not necessarily to a complete degree. He is adding a great deal to them. There's two contraptions in particular. One appears to be something related to his gloves, more like these edible fists, knuckles, gauntlets, hard to be sure, that would, you would imagine, pack a nasty punch, probably with some artificer style that you're not 100% sure what it would do, but you imagine that this would be a deadly up-close weapon. And contrary-wise, the other contraption is not too dissimilar to a different kind of weapon. More like almost like a crossbow, but not quite. That is fit to be mounted onto one of his arms. You imagine this is a ranged weapon. Finally, there's a third object which doesn't resemble anything that you really know of all that well. It just appears to be a very large mechanical sphere of sorts, with a viewport in the front that's kind of like his own viewport on his suit. And given that you're taking the peek for an extended period of time, you would get a solid look.
Is this? Did you take the Edie from Fallout New Vegas and put your own like skin on it?
Perhaps.
That's I swear that looks like the exact model of Edie.
Yeah, it's called an Eli.
It's a small, maybe a head-sized sphere with a number of appendages on it. Kind of weird.
I take it moves on its own then, from that little description, or is it just
Not yet.
Oh, I see. Is that the thing that's being worked on then? Oh,
Alongside the other two things.
okay. Garrick will just silently watch for a bit, leaned up against the column, but after a bit, we'll eventually just settle down to go to bed.
And while you're
curious.
While you're doing this, while you're kind of sitting there and spying on what he's doing, you would notice, or kind of get like a feeling that you're being eyeballed by someone. It's kind of like a gut feeling. And you would see that to the north, not too far from Sadrius, the halfling that was a part of the congregation is still relatively in his spot that he was in during everything that Sadrius was doing, and he's just watching you. But he's not saying anything, nor is he approaching.
Well, after I'll give that a couple of minutes. Does he continue to feel like he's watching me in that time?
Yes.
He's very intent on me.
Yes.
Then, in that case, I will turn my head slightly to the side, as if to, acknowledge that I know he's watching me. Could I help you?
He would avert his eyes for a moment and kind of gives like a shrug, like, yeah, I guess I better close the distance. He would come up to you. And he has a studying stare, and he would eventually speak up. I don't think I actually gave my name. It's Harvest. You're, Gark? Grok?
Garrock.
Garrock. Sorry. I suppose there's no reason to be subtle about things. I've been bothered. I'm having... maybe you could shed some light rather than me gawking at you all night. It's just
Sure.
that stone. When we took it and we put it on there, it didn't really have a negative reaction to any of us. Not until we tried to take it from its pedestal when it was up there. We could go right up to it. All of us. And you were the first person since us, and you didn't even get close. And the second that you tried to get close, it's almost like it immediately didn't like you. Like there was just an immediate rivalry between you and the rock. But you just kept going. Like you just smelled that and just kept prying at it. It was... I'm sorry, it's just... Is there something you knew about this stone that we didn't? It's almost as if there was an understanding between you and the rock. You just really didn't like each other or something. It just does... It's weird.
Well, I mean, I'll give you credit. It is a good question. I don't know. I guess call it a hunch, I suppose. Something about all of this just seemed a little too good to be true. And I guess once I got pushed back for whatever reason, at least in my own mind, it felt like it almost validated my concerns. Were it just a normal, unthinking, unfeeling rock, like you said, nothing probably would have happened. But when it pushed me back, I don't know why it did that, other than perhaps a outsider cleric it didn't like for whatever reason.
I guess... Okay, I guess I could get Sage Reese's opinion on it, but it doesn't really answer the question, though. It was fine with everyone except you. Maybe if one of your friends did, it would give the same reaction. Maybe it was something about your group?
Perhaps. Could be. I mean, as you well know, cartographers are not exactly normal people.
What's that supposed to mean?
I mean, come on. Look around the rest of us. Compare them to the average person in the city. Are you saying that we are normal by any stretch of the imagination?
There's a lot of weird people in Highshire. And I think weird's just kind of a subjective term.
I
we all
guess.
have different places. You know, different everythings.
I'll be honest, then, to answer your question as directly as I can. I don't entirely know why it was that I continued to do that, but I guess I just wanted to be proven right or wrong on my hunch. I guess is the best way I can explain it.
I guess so. I don't know.
But I will say I do like your theory that maybe one of my other group, had they done the same thing, maybe the same thing would have happened, but fortunately we won't exactly get to find that out now.
Sure.
Is there anything else you wanted to ask about?
Not really. Where are you from? Well, I mean, like, in Highshire, like, I haven't seen someone really big like... Well, I have, but not quite like you. What are you?
Coming from the halfling.
There's a pause for a second. Someone like me? When?
Well, I mean, not like you, but, like, big. I've seen some of the scaly guys that are, like, big, but, like, you're just bigger.
Okay. Well, believe it or not, as unlikely as it sounds, there are still one or two races scattered about outside Highshire. How will they survive?
Really?
Well, I don't know if there's more of my kind now or not, but my village, at least originally, was from outside of Highshire. Then some things happened, some land took things into its own hand as it tends to do, and sadly don't really know what happened to the rest of my village.
When was this?
When?
Yeah.
A good few years ago by now. Oof. I would say 10, 15 years even. It's been a long time.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but yeah, that's just how things seem to go when people leave the walls. I mean, some people can pull it off, but they gotta cling right to the outside. Sounds like that's not what you guys did.
No, it's not what we did at all. But fate has a funny way of dealing out cards sometimes, I suppose.
You can see that there's a lot of gears turning within Horvis, but it seems as though he's at this point kind of inching away to disengage with the conversation, and he would give some dismissing words, saying, "Oh well, whatever. Just, I guess it's better to talk than to wonder. You could probably get some rest."
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, both of us, you know.
Yeah, I'm looking back at the craft work going on for a second. Yeah. Well, good night anyway. I can understand if you're curious. I'm what's referred to as a Goliath for reference. But good night.
Okay. Good night, Goliath. I mean, Grak. Well, I'll work on that. I'll work on it. I'm sorry.
No worries.
And he's saying that while inching away, like his hands are behind his back, and he would reassert himself in his corner where his bedroll is, and very overtly not giving you any further stares, would settle down.
Could I guess with a little bit of hindsight, make an insight roll on why that was a conversation that happened?
Okay. Roll insight.
Disadvantage because thickness.
Colonel, I can't insight him. The cock of my ass cheeks.
Not that kind of thickness, but whatever.
Now that you
50.
think about this guy a little bit, you would see that, and recall that he's very quiet most of the time, but very observant. It seems like he does a lot of his thinking within his own head and perhaps has wild theories. You imagine maybe even he had a hand for talking with Morthos on getting her theories on the stone before probably observing everyone else within the group, as well as Sadrius, interact with it. And wanted to know more about the newcomers, but felt like if he didn't awkwardly try to assert himself before most likely leaving come the morning, then he would never get to entertain the thoughts and gain more insights.
Yeah, he wouldn't get he was just looking for answers that might disappear if he didn't ask. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. In that case, then I'll go and get comfortable, put down like a bedroll or whatever, and just wait until my watch comes around again, essentially.
Which was third watch.
Yeah, the
Gotcha.
last one.
All right. And with all of the conversation dying down as the night watch would officially begin, that would bring us to Catheron, Caecilius, and Mierx outside on watch. And Mierx, I presume you're keeping a vigilant eye on the rough estimate of the crash site.
Basically just staring at it for a little bit, doing a little glance around, making sure there's not obviously a wolf that's going to pounce on me, and then immediately going back to just staring at that area.
Yeah. Given everything that you can ascertain from this area, it was, even though this place is evidently not built by mankind, it seems very advantageously placed. And this bridge seems to be the only real way for anything to make their advance, at least nothing that's not flying.
I would tell if the mage is going to be here for the entire duration. If not, then the dwarf. I'm going to do a quick lap around the building. I just want to I want to see what it's like. See what it's like around the building. If there is around the building, that is.
I assume you're lighting a torch to give yourself a little bit of light.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would do so.
Just make sure that I just tell them, look at that spot. Just in general, that's where it probably landed. Tell me if it flies off. And then just not
They
have
give a nod.
controls for some reason. There it is.
Let me see. Nice. Yeah, and you'll be able to make your rounds. Go ahead and I'm assuming just checking out the building.
Yeah, just checking around the building.
All right. I assume depending on how hard you want, if you're just kind of making a passing glance, you can roll perception. If you're going to be sting it a little bit harder on the intricacies, you can roll investigation. Your call.
Well, I'll do an invest. I kind of want to know a little bit more. Like, perception's better, but invest is what I'm more interested in. 12.
So the architecture on here is interesting. It blurs the lines between something that would resemble something that was made by man and something that seems more natural. It's as if someone had taken iridescent rock and made the rough weavings into something of a cathedral. It's a bit of a strange and very peculiar distinction. You can see with the way the struts and pillars are articulated, it's as if all of the pillars would coalesce to a single point on top.
Kind of like a pyramid, but not in the pyramid shape.
Not as in a cathedral shape, but a lot of like the actual like trusses and buttresses, all of that seem to all come together at the top to form a single point. You would imagine that is intentional design, as that plays a role into how power seeps through this, be it magical or clerical.
Huh.
Despite that, it's kind of hard to get a really decent read just by looking at this thing. There are certain spots on it that are very intricate and have these really strange designs on them that are very particular versus the more simplistic or rough-cut heliostone along the majority. All of it has a bit of an iridescent shine and would give a particular glow in reaction to your torch. There's a different series of specular, colorful glints that not seem to just bounce off as the torch makes contact, but it's almost as if the light would hit the heliostone and the light would carry through the stone as if traveling through it a ways before dissipating completely, as though a conduit.
I definitely want to, like, at the end of my watch, I'm going to do something inside. But, yeah, just going to go back to the front and intently watch dragon landings.
All right. Now you can't actually see the site of impact, but you have a pretty good idea of where it was. It's like over a hill, so you don't have like a full sight, and there's clouds, fog, the works anyways. But you do manage to keep a hairy eyeball on that area. Roll perception.
Definitely want to just see if a massive fuck off Dargon. Oh, that's a nat one.
Damn.
These rolls aren't too great.
Just gotta play that off as just getting distracted and chatting a little bit too much.
There would be some idle chit chat. And now that you're settling down and not constantly within your fight or flight state, trying to assess a rapidly developing situation and everything that's gone on throughout the day, everything that you experience is starting to hit you all at once. And you can't help but shake this dread that you have suppressed to the back of your mind, having seen what came out of the stone and what that means for being a cartographer and finding things out here. You're trying to draw surface conclusions on what that will mean for the time coming ahead as you find more things out here, and none of them bode well. You kind of find yourself in your own troubled thoughts, trying to find some solace, but you're just very weary from today. And unfortunately, that is taking a lot away from your ability to keep a lookout.
Not doing
As for the other two, you can see that there is to varying degrees, a similar issue on their minds, but you can see their eyes are panning through and doing the typical rounds, although they're keeping relatively quiet.
I'm assuming I don't see shit.
Your watch is uneventful.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's about everything I would do.
Yeah. Sure enough, your watch would conclude, luckily having no incidents. And it would be time to gather the second watch, which I believe was Thistle and Titus.
Open sesame.
Reciting the pattern on the door, a loud opening of the door, you see Jin, the orc who was sleeping here, he did a bit of a jump in his sleep. It was really loud. It's never quiet when that door opens and resoundingly goes through the entire place. Sadrius by his altar is completely unmoving. He is locked in some form of meditative state. You're not quite sure. Preferably reciting another harem to himself. Maybe consecrating the place. Hard to tell.
You just see Garrick point his head around for a moment and then slowly inch back in.
I'm just gonna tell the dwarf, you come out whenever they come, or you come in whenever they come out. Just try not to keep it unwatched at all.
He's like, yeah, I could really use some sleep. I felt better after Sadrius, but and I imagine you're just going to be waking the second guard, and that's that.
I'm gonna wake the second guard and ask Sadrius a question. What was the tiefling's name?
Morthos.
Just waking the second guard, telling them to relieve the dwarf. And
the second guard would be alerted and would head out as Thistle and Titus go to their post. They would go out, light their torches, and the great door would close.
God, that sounds like my garage door.
Yeah. Just to Sadrius. Did she eat it all? Did
you would
Morthos?
You would raise this question with Sadrius, who's as still as a statue, minus the calm, slow, deep breathing. And he would not be responsive. His eyes would remain closed, and occasionally you would see his lips quiver as if he is subtly reciting something to himself, but it's not quite mouthing like tangible words. And you swear you can see there's a soft, warm glow emanating from his consecrated halo to his back.
Huh. He's in power standby mode, I guess.
You'll have to come back later. The priest is still in his charging station.
Yeah, he's...
Wiggle the mouse a little bit? Like...
Look, you can't turn a phone back on when it's still got no battery.
I'm just going to assume no. Thank you, Sadrius. Just walking off.
Pet his bald head. Draw a mustache on it.
I'm just gonna get a ration all readied out in a water skin and just bring it over to her and just plop it next to her and just set my bedroll like right here.
You would see that her bedroll is like in a crumpled mess that's tucked away off in the corner away from her, and a lot of her things, especially her notes, are very scantily like fucking scattered, Christ, all over the place. And you can see that she took her remaining ink and dumped it onto all of her notes on the place, and for what little she had left that she couldn't just ink out, she tore up as if disgusted by all of her work. And you can tell there's a bit of a crisis that took place here. She's curled up in a fetal position on the hard stone and appears to be out cold.
Just water, skin next to her, rations next to her. I'm just gonna place down the globe and start charging it.
All right. You are charging the cartographer core with the intent to, I assume, take a peek at the map before you go to bed?
And I'll wake her up and just give her a little chat. And just, this is what we are working for. See if I can.
Hold on. Let me, this may take a second for you guys to load. It's preloading right now. It would take a good amount of effort to get her to lift her head up. You're not sure if she was sleeping or just hoping you would go away, but she would lift her head a little bit and look over towards you and see the core and turn her head away again. Should give me some space. For your own good.
You did nothing wrong. Just, thought you'd like to see this.
Nothing wrong. You weren't acting like I was doing nothing wrong, and now I don't even know what thoughts are my own. I need space.
Just, gonna wait for the cartographer core just to boot up and just... You should look at this. It's quite beautiful.
Make a quick Arcana roll as you're intending that thing to charge.
Arcana. 14.
Oh.
I'm just imagining a blaring Windows startup sound that echoes around the chamber.
God damn it. Why is it so
Windows-
loud in here?
Somebody
Windows
turn the
phone.
volume knob on the cart core all the way up. And after a while, it would in fact ignite as the core would approach its completion. It would close up and its energy would illuminate through its iridescent sphere, allowing you to see where you are.
Marthos, you might want to look at these.
Roll persuasion.
God damn it.
I have a shiny bauble.
I'm good at persuasion, it's just not fucking good at rolling today.
Oof.
8. Fuck!
There's like the most half-assed of glances over her shoulder. She has a stare. Her eyes open a little bit, taking it in, but then she kind of forces her stare away and would then go back to her fetal position without saying anything, dismissing it altogether. But for you, having a clear view, you can see that there is definitely a bit of space between you and the established land of Highshire proper. You can see one of the distant rings that overlooks all of the kingdom. There is the mountain line that you had followed and eventually came towards this peak here, which is around the edge of the green lush land and gives way to more hilly, rocky, and difficult to traverse terrain. And of course you are along this peak. As the peaks continue going northwards, as there's a mountain line that would continue onwards into obscurity. You can see there's a continuance of rolling hills right here that seem to mesh between the greenlands of the valley of Highshire proper and this more rugged terrain that seems to be increasingly prevalent the higher north you go. There's the body of water here that seems to narrow into something of a stream that ends towards the end of your vision into a larger body of water that's kind of hard to make out, but there's definitely a continuance of the ocean into something else. To the far side of this expanse of water, you would see that there's lush land over here that's distinctly different from Highshire territory. There's veins of almost an illuminant turquoise, almost like running veins in the earth that are quite massive. And there's certain points in these veins where you swear you can see the local, is it flora?
Yeah.
Jut out to extreme heights, far above everything else, as if these strange growths are directly coincided by the interesting shapes of the land. You're not really sure what to make of that, to be honest, but it's fascinating. And you imagine that few, may perhaps even none of Highshire would be equipped to pass this body of water so soon to see what's actually over there. It looks fascinating, though. You've never seen anything like it.
Her name's Morthos, yeah?
Yes.
Sorry, I was just like, brain is fucking soggy today, bro. Just ask Morthos, do you think you could, show me the route that you kind of took while traveling? Just kind of gesturing up towards the map. I know she can't see, but...
She wouldn't even look up and respond. Ask someone else in the morning.
Alrighty. Just, not gonna close it up. I'm just gonna leave it open so she will eventually see it. The fuck?
And I assume you're concluding the cartographer core nonsense.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep. It's staying open until she eventually decides that she wants to be a
Oops, that's
habitable
the wrong
person.
place.
Hey, we're teleporting.
Yeah! Whoa, I never knew I knew magic this much already.
Instant transmission.
Yeah.
And going to bed. Just gonna take a few steps this way. Just go to sleep here.
You would do so. And I would like to take a small break here. Do you want to do 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Up to you guys.
That'd be good.
10 would be good. All right, we'll do a 10-minute intermission.
Yeah.
Be back at 7:42.
Morthos in the pout corner.
Yeah.
The fucking bitch.
Well,
Come over to the cool kids corner. We're all spooky and ominous over here.
Ooh, the spooky corner. All full of spooky.
Full of spooky. Apparently halflings need to ask me questions. That means I'm spooky.
Halflings have to ask you questions about how you get so tall. What milk you drinking, bro?
What type of fucking cow you be drinking from, bruh?
What the fuck are you what the fuck? Like, just looks at self, looks at shins of you. This is bullshit.
What did your mother feed you from her titty? A protein shake?
Bro, fucking how thick is that shit coming out? Come on.
Did you just eat powder from, like, the jar? Holy shit.
Like, what in the hell? Was that cow, like, just roided up or something?
Did you just eat the fucking mountain?
Bro, you're supposed to drink from the cow, not eat the cow.
You can do both.
You can do both, but fuck, you don't got milk.
Protein and meat only.
Just gonna get a little bit of titty, just gonna squeeze it into this fucking glass. Now I'm just gonna take a bite from this rare steak.
The steak giveth again.
I taketh.
If this were a less serious campaign, I would be from the Church of fucking Swole.
It would be from the Church of fucking Roids.
It's the Church of Gains.
Or just the Liver King one. Just doing roids all day.
Hey, it's not called roids, it's called magic.
It's called magic. My belief in Jesus is so strong, I've gained muscles on top of my muscles.
You want to know the reason why our God is so jacked? That's right, because he actually is. And he can bestow his jackedness onto the rest of us.
Dude,
now
he was
follow my
just doing
6-step
pull-ups.
plan.
He was just doing pull-ups, dog.
They call him the pull-up king, and I too worship his Bible. 1, 2.
His Bible is a fucking brick.
Yeah, while you read from it, you have to do like you have to fucking do arm curls.
It's a tungsten core.
It's a tungsten book, and you have to raise that shit every time you read a verse.
It's just the fucking pasture at the fucking head is just literally like fucking Andre the Giant.
Look, the you know like how they have like the stand where they have the book. Instead of that, it's quite literally just a fucking bench press machine, and they have every time you finish a book, you add it to the weights.
Dude, it's a fucking weight. Like, where you get your Bibles is just a weight rack, and they have small ones for children.
Yes. The more into the religion you get, the more powerful the books become.
It's just the Johnny Bravo.
Like, eventually, at some point, you're going to have to start lifting books beyond your size, regardless of if you're 8 foot or not.
The really hard part is trying to jump into the building because someone's already bench lifting it.
Yep. Well, see, that's the thing. Then you have to do the classic dude bro fight for the gym equipment.
Bro, I need that. Dude, it's the
Bro.
only 500-pound weight, bro.
Bro, do you see another 500-pound book in this fucking church? I don't think so. And bro, I was here first.
I was here.
Like,
I came here second, and I think I'm more deserving than you, bro.
Like, I'll be honest, bro, you might have had something if not for the fact I already put my protein shake there. That tells people that I was using it.
He just fucking slowly takes his protein shake, knocks yours off while staring at you dead in the eyes, plops it down.
Oh, it's on now.
I don't see your protein shake here, fool.
You're about to become the protein shake, bruh. Roll for initiative.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh. And all they do is just get chest to chest and just go arms out. Bruh. Bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh.
It's like a really douchey sumo wrestling situation.
Oh my god! It's just someone just runs forward and just tapes a circle onto the floor.
Oh, we got a bro dude off. Come on, guys, and we'll get the fucking ring ready.
Everybody, circle this bitch! Ooh, fight, bruh.
Everyone else is not a follower. They're a hype man.
Anyone who's not part of the religion is just called a hype man. They're looked down upon.
No, hype men are accepted, but they are nothing more than observers.
Bro, dude.
Hype men can eventually become the center of attention, but first they must pass at least the basic trials of bruh.
Yeah, it's just occasionally a fucking dude bro just pushes in and hype man, and that's how they get their initiation going. Like, you're going to lose this, bro. Swing first, bro. Swing first.
Swing first, bro. Come on, swing first. Come on. I said swing first. Swing first, bro.
Come on.
Bro.
Yeah, we're just having a
Hey,
dude
we're
bro.
not animals. We're dude bros.
We're just
like
dude bros, my guy.
It's like,
Come
there's
on.
like at least half a step up and at least like one more
We-
brain cell, maybe.
We just go bruh and dude. We don't go
Yeah, come on. Have some class, bro.
have some class, bro.
It's the same thing. It's just a different sound.
Basically.
Welcome to religion.
It's horrible.
Aren't you a cleric?
Yeah, but is it wrong?
I don't know.
I don't hear a no.
Also, you literally just went, I'm gonna make a gun, and now you're making a gun.
Huh?
You're making a gun, a wrist-mounted gun.
Am I?
Are you?
I don't know.
It's the fake semblance of a crossbow. It just, I don't know, man.
Look, it's a vague semblance of a crossbow, but it doesn't have any of the bow parts. So as a result, he is going to fight them at range with a cross.
He just shoots crosses.
He shoots them with the holy Bible.
Bro.
Oh boy.
He may not be a man of God, but he will use the man of God to kill people.
Loads Bible with malicious intent.
Pretty much.
I hope Mortho shapes up from the shame corner, otherwise she's going in the forever bag.
Somebody's cranky.
I can't roll to save my goddamn life. Give me my rolls back, goat. Fuck you.
You think he has good rolls? You're barking up the wrong tree.
He rolled a nat 20.
Okay.
Give me my
credit
rolls
given
back.
where credit is due. Go. Have you rolled any crits up until this point?
No.
Fuck
Okay,
you, I don't
one
care.
nat 20 in 6 sessions. I don't know, man. I don't like those
care.
odds.
I want.
I know he's rolled a couple of ones.
Give me my nat 20s back. I claim them. Mom says it's my turn with the nat 20s.
Bad characters go in the forever bag.
Well, those two died. They clearly weren't good enough.
Allow the holy words of wisdom to reign true. Get good.
Just shaking the bag out like a cereal box. Just, alright, 1 second. The two will come out soon.
Intense breathing under Thistle's helmet.
Hold up. I just need to extend the hole a little bit.
Hey, DM, I have an important question.
I have an important answer.
So, you know how if you turn a bag of holding inside out, everything comes out of it, right?
Yeah, more or less, yes.
So, if I were to apply enough force when turning it inside out, would I instead launch things out of it?
It would be kind of like kicking the thing as if it were on the ground. And if this is a heavy, ironclad body, one kick, I can't imagine it's going to go terribly far, even if you're a big dude,
So-
but yeah.
If I modified a ballista and put a bag of holding on one end, and instead of it firing a bolt, it essentially used it as a block to push things out with extreme force, could I maybe corpse launch the body?
I'm not sure how you're going to engineer a bag of holding to be affixed to the edge of a ballista arrow.
It's actually
such that, like,
quite simple.
because, like, if it smushes, if you, like, let's say you have the bag fixed to the front of the ballista and it makes contact, the bag's just gonna crumple up. Like, it's not gonna, like, it would be, first of all, hitting something,
No.
presumably a wall, and it would just squish at the front end of the arrow.
We're
You're not
thinking of this
understanding.
wrong. We just need a flight speed, go above them, and then just release it below you. Then, there is a 15-ton gorilla falling out of the suit on top of whatever you want it to be.
It's raining men.
God damn it,
man.
Hallelujah.
Well, if you go make friends with the dragon over there, I'm sure he'll be able to hitch a ride. No hard feelings, right?
Well, see, if you open the mouth of the bag and, like, attach one end to the top and one end to the bottom and then two ends to each side, then you would have the bag mouth open. And then all you'd have to do is fire the ballista at the bottom of the bag, Leslie, with the force launching it inside out. Which means
I
whatever
so
would be inside would
badly-
be launched outside.
I so badly
have-
want to make a diagram of this.
I have no
The joys of
words
being an
for
engineer.
you. God.
I
Show
gotta
me a
put my-
convincing schematic on how this is supposed to work.
Deal!
Oh, hell
Alright.
yeah, I gotta boot up my CAD
But don't do that
program.
right now.
Go. Aw.
If you can, if like it can pass like my scrutiny to somehow make sense, I'll give you a point of inspiration. How's that sound?
I'll fucking do that right now, dog.
No,
We're
we're
not
not doing
doing
this right
it.
now. If you use it right now, like you're smelly. All right. Anyways, is everyone back?
Yes.
This is on the same level
Alright.
as the arrowhead of total destruction.
1 second. Let me just write down the time. What? Okay, we're good.
Oh, what if I replace the bodies with, like, a lot of ball bearings?
At that point, you're just making a magical shotgun.
Yeah.
Yes! That's the point!
Anyways, let's continue.
All right. Continuing from whence we left off, as
The AI are now
Get back.
making rolls.
they are. Let me get one for you, and you, and you.
I'm sorry, B-Man, but now having like the layout of the building, you should look at it with a little bit of scrutiny.
I didn't make this battle map.
I know, but just look at it a little bit.
I think some of the shading is kind of leaking.
No, it's a schlong.
Not really. Yeah, there is a bit of a leakage towards the north. I'm really not too worried about it.
I don't
Whatever.
know why there's just like a random wall missing right here.
Right where?
Around here.
That's what he was talking about.
There's also one up the top.
Yeah, up there.
I don't know. Oh, that's weird. Well, it's not really that big of a deal,
Yeah, no.
honestly. All right.
Hey, does it
Continuing on. Second watch would begin proper, and they have made their rolls. And we are now in the dead of night, as Thistle, Titus, and Cathron are on guard outside. And the four of you, having concluded all of your business, and despite being well rested from Sadrius's blessings, the fatigue is beginning to set in once again. And into a sleep you would fall into. As for Dagny, you would fall into a particularly deep sleep, which is a well-needed reprieve given everything that you have seen and endured today. It has left you particularly taxed. And being as tired as you are, you're particularly groggy, and enjoy your nap to great effect until you feel yourself being nudged awake by a ironclad hand that is trying to shake you up.
Kind of wake up and kind of look with one eye.
You're trying to get up, and your eyes are particularly groggy, and you can't get a good look around, but you kind of feel that hand on the shoulder kind of turn into almost like a playful punch, and you would hear a strikingly familiar voice. Come on now, I know you've been sleeping a while.
Try and get a good look at this person.
Roll perception.
That one, baby, come on.
Bitch, fuck you. Fuck off.
Ask and you shall receive.
You find yourself so groggy you can't get a good look 2 feet in front of you.
Like seeing that her vision is like super blurry is like, who is that?
Come on, open your eyes already. You gotta see this.
Kind of try and rub the sleep out of her eyes and blink a lot.
There you go. Up and at 'em, sis. Let's go.
Look at the person's face.
Give me a second. It's a bit groggy to see, but you would eventually peel your eyes open, and what you do see is a Shireguard elite that is hunched over, shaking you awake. Difficult, if not impossible, to see into the helmet. And you see a vague shape behind this elite. You can't make it out.
Like, Felix, is that you?
And the figure behind the other Shireguard would give a laugh. Told ya. And your eyes would begin to adjust. You're somewhere different.
Felix.
And the familiar voice of not only Felix, but you would hear a second one that is equally familiar. And they're laughing to each other as you would utter the name Felix. You owe me lunch, Dennis. And the one that's waking you up would shake his head. Yeah, this is how I get treated. Well, I mean, she was asleep, so whatever.
What's going on? Why'd you wake me up?
And you would see the one closest to you would give an open gesture to present himself. Did it? Finally! And come on, can't you piece it together? I made it, sis! Look!
Just this big smile on her face. Oh, congratulations.
He would remove his helmet. And he's has this big grin. Yeah, I didn't think I had it in me. But, I mean, it wasn't all me. Come on. Felix, take credit. Take credit. Come on. And Felix is nodding his head, shaking it a little bit too, as he too would remove his helmet. Look at that. A dynamic duo. You're up next, Agni. And Dennis would have his expression kind of lessen a little. Oh, come on, don't tease her like that. You know better.
Well, I mean, I'm getting better. Erasmus teaching me more and more every day. If I can just get out of this bed.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta start somewhere, right? A suicidal cartographer is something, right?
Yeah.
Hey, can they eventually become guardsmen, or are they like Left 4 Dead out there or whatever? And Felix would have a stern look on his face. Well, we're doing good work no matter what our positions are, all three of us. That's something to be proud of.
Yeah. Suppose so. Just tries and sit up a little bit.
Make a strength check.
I'm not gonna do it again.
Well, it's a 4.
You find yourself particularly groggy, and you're having trouble even sitting up. Being bedridden, you find it kind of hard.
Sort of hold out my hand to reach out for a hand for help up.
Dennis would be the one to take your hand, and Felix would reach for your other hand, and it looks like through their combined efforts, they're about to lift you up. And they both have this warm smile as they're kind of like, all right, come on, as they are about to lift you up. But there'd be sort of a pause as they're about to do this together. Kind of like a 1, 2, 3 motion. On 3, they just sort of lock up.
What are you doing? Come on, stop teasing me.
You would see their expressions are very slowly transitioning from their happy to see their sister expression to a blank, cold, neutral face.
What is it? What's wrong?
They would stare at you blankly. No reaction whatsoever. And with your passive perception, you would see through Felix, there's just the tiniest drip of a red crimson smear that rides down his cheek, coming from his mouth.
Felix, what's wrong?
Being shaken by this, you would dart your eyes between the two of them. And you would notice that protruding from both of their chests is a large, chitinous, scythe-like appendage, piercing both of their chests. And rather than them helping you up, you find yourself get pushed back by an unseen force before they themselves get yanked back.
Just kind of feels herself crumple on the floor. She's staring at what's happening.
They would be lifted up by these scythe-like appendages before a series of green eyes look down upon you.
Let them go!
And similar words that you've heard in waking would echo through your head.
Zula is not here. This is a desolate rock.
Like she feel like she can't really feel her legs, so she's trying to push herself away from this thing with her hands and elbows.
Roll strength once again.
Three.
You find that your fear is overcoming your strength, and you're not able to do so, as the image of this thing would shimmer for just a brief second, and as it shimmers, there would be something of a loud bang, as it suddenly inches ever so slightly closer to you, before its many appendages would writhe with anticipation. Dennis and Felix are lifelessly still skewered to its appendages, and you can see them progressively decomposing at an accelerated rate. As this thing talks to you once again, reciting previously spoken words.
Your God's love is not unconditional. She does not love us, and she does not love you.
Yeah, she's visibly sobbing now as she physically can't do anything.
There is an even louder, as this thing is even closer, and is cheering with once again anticipation as you see several appendages rear back, and its eyes are all fixated onto you.
She's instinctively casting shield on herself.
You would do so as you would go to cast shield. Let me get a representation. As there is a weak, almost as in a thin veil of a curtain that barely manages to blanket you. You're trying. The incantation you know you've done right, but in this fugue state, it seems as though it's almost a weak gesture. It would inch even closer with another shimmer, with an even louder...
Get away!
All of its appendages would rear up at once. The shriveled, zombified corpses of Felix and Dennis would crumple to the floor, almost as though they had been decomposing for decades. They look unrecognizable, as simultaneously, all of its appendages would crash down upon you to be skewered just like your brothers.
Screaming out in terror.
And with that, as these appendages make contact, your head is rocked with a solid, and you are rocked backwards out of this vision.
Like immediately wakes up, and I imagine like her scream is so loud it reverberates throughout the entire cathedral.
And we will essentially do a time pause right there as you are being shaken awake, as that bang would transcend your dream, as it is very audibly echoing through the entire chamber. Before we address that, other dreams would be had.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Ooh, we get dreams from everyone. Fun.
As for... There we go. As for Mierx...
Oh, fuck.
Hey!
Hey!
Hey.
Can we, yeah, I gotta piss.
Time to be
Those-
traumatized.
Those troubled thoughts during your watch, they
Fuck!
follow you into rest, and they don't get any better.
You planned this, you son of a bitch.
The nat 1 was planned all along.
You fucking forced it on me.
Part of my evil DM plan, get wrecked. And despite trying your best to find a restful sleep, you find that your breathing never quite slows all the way. The instincts of being the warrior that you are oddly maintained into sleep. And wrestling around with everything that you know everything that you've trained for, everything that you've experienced today that makes you rethink the world at large is all in this crazy turmoil. And you would look towards everything that you have come to know within Highshire, within the world at large, and you feel yourself bulk up. Give me just let's see, what kind of rule should this be? Give me a religion check.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Nice. Man, these rolls are not being good for you today.
No, because Goat gave me his fucking bullshit. Fucking disease did you give me, you fuck?
I gave you the clap.
Oh, God. Is that why I've been itchy? Either way. Fuck?
You can feel you're trying to collect yourself, but you're not really in control. But there is a bit of a warmth through all of this. A warmth that was planted in you when Sadris gave his blessing. And that warmth alone, seeing that you have lost control of yourself and your anxiety, begins to take over. You feel as though someone is holding a candle close to your chest, and it would eventually overtake your entire body and increase in intensity until you can feel yourself enraptured by this. And memories would flash through you. Visions. You're in a fight. You're the most consecrated you've ever felt. You have a source of vengeance in your heart. You're not quite sure what to make of this. It's a bunch of nonsense, but still tells a pretty strange story. And within all of this, it suddenly snaps into a very vivid view.
Ah, fuck.
You look down to yourself and see yourself clad in immaculate armor. You feel the warmth of a holy glow to your back from a number of sources. You're floating in the air, and you look to either side of you, and there are decadent wings that are keeping you supported. And dancing around you are 3 ethereal swords, flickering with holy vengeance. You are the icon of Zula made manifest. And your eyes are locked on someone in front of you. And you're trying to make sense of the scene. You can see there are dead Shire Guard, dead guardsmen, dead adventurers, destroyed contraptions, just destruction. And standing in front of you is someone who does also bear the strong mark of Highshire on their pauldron, but they are absolutely coated in blood. And you can't help but get the overwhelming sense that this person is responsible for the bloodshed you see in front of you. And you feel nothing but contempt.
Slowly drift my way towards him. Just holding... Would I have a sword?
You would see down sheathed at your side, you have a consecrated greatsword. To your other side, a bow immaculately made. And dancing around you is a magical longsword that seems to create 2 mirages of itself.
I'll take the long sword and just kind of point it at him while trying to move forward. Any explanations?
Give me 1 second as I give you ownership.
Oh, shit.
Double click on the icon of Zula's token. You should have control.
Just weapons drawn and pointed at him. Is he wearing similar armor, or...?
It's somewhat similar, but there are striking differences. and you can see their form as you get closer. The general shape is strikingly feminine.
Answer yourself. Just sword drawn.
Give me 1 second here. Turn down the mix a little bit. She would gesture broadly to the massacre.
What is there to say? You know what this is. We both do. And you understand the necessity behind all of this. Don't act like you haven't done similar atrocities yourself.
I do so for the greater good. Draw your weapon.
Greater good? Good for what? Is this what your holy benevolent Zula really fights for? Whatever she says in your head? And slaughter anyone that says differently? You really buy into that?
Draw your weapon.
You're so simple-minded, so one-directional. Can you not see everything that's happened? I have no intent to fight you, because you're not like all of these lesser creatures. In fact...
And she steps to the side, not unsheathing her weapon as you instruct, and would openly gesture to this doorway that is bathed in white light for you to pass through.
Don't make a scene of this. We both fight for the same thing.
What do you fight for?
Saving everyone. For Helios, the way it's supposed to be, the way it's meant to be. Look around you. You really think all these narrow-minded people living in cages know what's best for everyone?
One last step. And just kind of put the point of my sword just on them. Last chance for honorable.
Honor? In whose name? Honor? What does that mean to all these bodies here? In the end, it doesn't matter what they die for. It doesn't change the fact that they're cold corpses lying on hard stone. They all die the same. Honor is a joke. What matters is what is here and now. The powers that are all throughout, all the wonders here that are waiting for people like us to seize it. Can they not see that people, mankind, boss, the ones who rise above all the other ones, have this ability to take the power within all the wonders out there in the correct way and use it to our behest? How we see fit. How does your honor fit into all of that?
My honor is among those who died, is among those who can't defend themselves. You take away their defense. You will pay. Just gonna attack her.
As you initiate combat with this figure, roll for initiative.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
That's a lot of shit. That's really cool. I like a lot of this, but god damn is this like a lot. Alright, and rolling for initiative is... Where is the initiative button? Where is the initiative? There it is.
Right click on your...
There we
Yeah,
go.
you got it.
I got it.
Alright. Give me a moment to prep some things. As combat would officially begin.
Oh god.
Oh yeah, we're going full Metal Gear in here.
I hope it's not too loud.
No. I'm assuming I have the dancing swords.
You do. If you look on your character sheet, everything there is at your disposal. Spells and all.
Would the dancing swords already be active?
It is not active. It's more so in this floating idol, so you would need to activate it to be offensive.
Alright. Bonus action, activate.
Well, hold on a second, because... Da-da-da. She is up first!
Oh, shit!
You rolled a 22!
Shit!
I'm sorry.
As within a blink of an eye, her own greatsword is drawn as she is going to town, hacking and slashing at you. For 2 18s into 17.
2 18s hit, 17 does not.
As you take a... Let me see here. 22. Oh god, I have to do math real quick. Holy shit. Give me a second. I have to make sure this is the right way. Okay, only take the secondary slashing damage if the target is half hit points. Oof. Alright, so the first attack you take 22 slashing damage. The second attack you take 21 slashing damage.
Okay.
As that third blow would glance on your armor as you just managed to back up in time.
That was not meant to be rolled. Oops. I just pressed
No
enter.
worries. That's fine. It is now your turn.
I am going to bonus action activate the dancing longsword.
You do so, and this sword would come to your behest as all three of these swords echoing around you would coalesce into a single gilded blade that raises high above your head, its tip pointed directly at this hostile figure.
Alright, and I'm going to... I'ma start swinging.
Alright!
How many multi-attack is that? It's 3 with the great sword.
Yes. 2 would hit.
Alright. Let's roll that to damage. Damage you do.
Alright.
16
Let's see.
and 14 plus 8, that is 22.
Alright. Let me see. Minus the first blow.
How does a dancing
Minus
long
16.
sword work?
So I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, you used your bonus action to put it into the air.
Yeah, it's bonus
And-
action to use it as an attack as well.
Yeah, so next turn you'll have that at your disposal.
Yep. Alright.
Alright, and that would... Anything else out of you?
Nope.
Alright. Bringing us back to her turn as she speaks again.
So disgusting. For you to just be another one of the bodies among the many. It's such a waste. Such is fate for those who are the losers in history. It's only written by the winners.
As she is going for 3 more hacks and slashes. Oh my god. Yeah, 2 of those will hit you. As the first attack, you take 19 damage, slashing. The second attack, you take 16 slashing.
Alright.
There we
Ouchies.
go. Yeah, just a little bit, huh?
Fucking ouchies.
Bear in mind the secondary damage that the consecrated greatsword does. So once you fall below half, you lose the second set of health. Just remember that. It's part of how these guys work. So you lost that because you're below half.
Yeah.
All right, and now end her turn. It's yours once again.
The only waste is the honor that you have supposedly gained. And I'm going to bonus action second wind regain 20 hit points.
Uh-huh.
And I'm gonna try to, would I be able to try and disarm them?
This would be considerably difficult, but you potentially could.
I would have 3 attacks of it, and I have Indomitable.
Yeah, you can certainly try.
Alright, I'm gonna try and get their weapon. Are they flying, actually?
No, they're on the ground. They don't have any wings.
Okay, and presumably this is a rather large drop.
Oh, the cliff? You cannot see the bottom.
Alright, I'm gonna start shoving.
All right, you're using the shove action.
Yep.
You see. Let me quickly get reaffirmed on how this works.
Please remind me as well.
Shove action.
Should be the same as grapple.
I think shove.
Yeah, I think it's the same as grapple. I know we did this before when you were doing the bar fight. I
Yeah.
think you make an athletics check, and it's her choice whether athletics or acrobatics.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and roll athletics.
Fuck! That's
a shame.
Fuck!
Wow.
Come on, make it free, please.
Taryn, is that you?
Can I use Indomitable on both of those? Those aren't saving throws.
No.
You should know if you're using the shove action. I mean, multi-attack only applies to using the great sword of the bow. So, multi-attack is an action, and then shoving is an action. So it's one shove per your turn. You get shoved 3 times.
Okay. Well,
So,
that was bad.
yeah, I'm gonna say, just to be nice, that we're not gonna worry about that second nat 1. You didn't use your Indomitable because you were gonna go for what, 3 shoves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Needless to say, you plant yourself firm and give all you got against this. It's like hitting an immovable object, as though she were made of heliostone herself. And you awkwardly crumple onto the ground a little bit, trying to get your footing, as she would reply.
Oh, such is the way of how things play out. Unfortunate to the bitter end.
All right.
Alright.
And with that, let's see here. She is going to lift up her sword once again, and another volley is coming down at you. As she rolls a 1 and a miss. 22 will hit, though, as you take 15 slashing damage.
Alright. I'm barely below half, and that makes me upset.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Alright.
It's your turn.
I'm just going to use the only advantage I have at this point, I think, and I'm going to start flying.
All right.
How long? It has a speed multiplied by 5.
If it incorporates level in any way, you just use the challenge rating.
All right. Do the wings of prey have a flight speed?
Yes, they do. Let's take a little look-see-poo here.
Because I don't see a flight speed.
Let me see. 3 charges. No, well, tuned to wings. You have a flying speed equal to 5 multiplied by the number of remaining charges.
All right. So I have like.
So it's a slow float. So I believe if I'm reading this correctly, you have 15 feet of flight movement here.
Action disengage. Fly up. And so I'd have 15 feet of flight, yeah?
Yes.
Bonus action, hit with dancing sword.
Oh, what'd you say?
Bonus action, hit with dancing sword. I'm just gonna go back 5 feet and up like a 15 in like just a straight line this way.
Okay. I'm trying to get above her, and you're sending your dancing longsword down on her. Okay.
Yep.
Make an attack roll with the dancing longsword.
Dancing longsword. 25.
That hits! As you send it down like a needle piercing between the plates as she takes the damage. Give me a second here. As you see her wince to the pain, I assume it's the end of your turn.
Yep. Action disengaged, so she couldn't do a thing.
You would see her bring her hands together as energy would crackle between them and would extend a magic latent finger as you hear shattering through the mountainside a deafening as she casts lightning bolt at you.
Dex save.
Make a dex save.
Yep. Alright. Fuck you, Indomitable.
18. You would pass. And you're only taking 15 damage. Let me see. And as her own bonus action, you would see she reaches to her side and would toss to the side a similar sword, which, then uttering a word inside her helmet, it would illuminate with this purplish energy, and in a similar fashion to your own sword, would come to life. She has a sword of her own.
This
And I believe it
bitch.
just hovers there. Your turn.
I'm going to bonus action hit with the sword again.
All right.
Actually, do I have any other bonus actions that I can do? Spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapon would be mean, but then I would have to do two. I can't do both of them with the same bonus action though.
No.
Yeah, and you'd be holding concentration on
Yeah.
spiritual weapon. So
As
you
long as
go.
it's not concentration.
Oh, wait.
It
Yeah,
lasts
you're
for
right.
a minute.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, but I still only have one bonus action.
Yeah.
That's true. Your call.
I'm going to action cast. Presumably they're evil. I'm gonna cast protection from evil and good.
All right. You would do so. And let's use this.
And then bonus action. Whack.
That's a hit.
All right. Next turn is gonna be the fun turn. And
8 slashing. All right.
and just as a small off-token thing, while giving the command word to attack, why do you betray your people?
Let me see. All right, so this only affects. Let me see. Aberrations, celestials, elementals, fays, fiends, and undead.
Fuck.
Which you would come to see as you feel the magic does not fall into her category, unfortunately.
Fuck. I tried. If she was
As-
undead, that'd be nice.
Yeah. As she responds to your remark,
You think me a betrayer? The wool's been pulled back from my eyes. If only you could see the bigger picture of things, it would make sense to you. But there is no talking with someone as dense as you. You will die with your religion.
as the sword that she had floating would come shooting at you as she's attacking with her own dancing longsword for a 17 that would clang against your armor as you use a pauldron to deflect it. And she would move a little bit closer, and you see that she bends down a little bit with loaded knees. And let's see how this works.
Fucking yumps at me? The fuck?
Yumps at you with a flurry of her great sword. And she's above half. Oh, all three of those are gonna hit you, champ.
Oh god!
That's a lot of dice. Okay,
That's a lot of
I'm
dice.
just gonna break this up. The first one is 17 slashing.
Okay.
The second one's 21 slashing.
Okay.
The third one's 18 slashing.
I'm still alive, baby!
Is protection concentration. It is. Roll con saves 3 times.
Look at my HP, still alive, baby!
You mother. 1 HP, you motherfucker.
I was about to say, I can't see the health bar, but I think I know what's there.
1 HP out of 143. Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna re-roll that
Yeah.
13.
That's a pass.
Oh, that's a
Yeah, that
pass? Never
passes.
mind.
Yeah, you managed to hold on to that.
My God.
Fuck you!
As you feel the righteousness within you failing as your mortal wounds are ultimately weighing you down. There is blood pooling from your helm. But amazingly, as close to death as you feel, you still stand true by some grace of an unseen force. You have the floor.
Alright.
Better be a god legion.
She goes back down, presumably, right?
Oh yeah, I mean she obviously would thump and would land very
Attack
hard.
of opportunity?
Not really. That's not
Okay.
like that's forced movement. That's not like
Okay, so her willingly jumping is force move. Okay, I see how it is. Alright.
No, gravity is forced movement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Force movement. I am going
I mean, she
to...
closed the gap, and you were like only like maybe 5 or 10 feet, and she's a large creature anyways. Do the math; that makes sense. You can melee her from where you are.
Oh, can she attack of opportunity me if I move further?
Imagine she's a skilled fighter and probably would take an opportunity if she had it.
I just wanted to pelt her with arrows, so she was in 5 feet with me.
I will say you're technically in flight, so I will be nice. And given that there's some force keeping you afloat here, you can attack as though ranged, given you are
Okay.
technically flying.
So I'm just gonna pelt her with arrows now.
Okay.
And bonus action swap. I'm gonna go out fighting. Fuck. Fuck.
Well, 1 hits. Go ahead.
And then that one.
All right.
So that's just the 10 because it doesn't deal the extra damage. And that's a oh my god.
All right. Minus that. Oh, she's just at half. And you would see her resolve would weaken ever so slightly. As, with an exhausted exhale, you see her rear up her greatsword one final time in a preparing to cleave motion, along with the longsword pointed at your head.
Misses! Misses!
You fall as the rest of them did. Such a disappointment to see wasted potential. Lying to the grave through you bars.
And let's see how she does.
Net ones!
Well, that's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss!
Yes!
That's a miss! Yes! Holy
Fuck you, bitch!
Fuck jam.
By some miracle, using every ounce you have left in you, you manage to weave around her blows as there is a bit of a methodical pattern to them, and she would look up to you in surprise, seeing that you're still standing. It's your turn.
I want to... What does this do? Let me see what the Wings of Prey do real quick. I want to use all the cool shit. DC 13, 4d6 slashing on failed. Expend... Okay, that sounds pretty neat. Alright. Sorry, I'm just looking at all the cool shit
Yeah, that's fine.
that I will never have. But, I'm just gonna point my own finger at her. This time in the form of just kind of mocking a crossbow. Because if this is Murex, he doesn't know how to cast magic, so they just kind of told him, yeah, just shoot it like a crossbow.
Yeah.
And bonus action, sword. But, action, lightning strike. Lightning bolt!
Action, lightning bolt. go ahead and roll. As within your own flurry of incantation, you would raise a magic latent finger to strike her down. Let's see. She fails with a nat 1.
Oh shit!
Wow.
All right.
And the dancing longsword, by the way, does hit. You may roll damage for that.
All right. So 8d6.
You could have just clicked damage for
I
the
could
record,
have,
but
I
yeah.
didn't.
It's
12.
fine. It's fine.
29.
All right. The
41.
All right, 12 slashing from that. Come on. You can see streams of blood are now pulling down her own helmet as you really made somehow a stance given you're on the verge of death scenario. As with no further words, as she is gritting herself, she is going once again for another volley.
Oh, why don't they have shield?
So all 3 hit, and the third one's a crit.
Shit.
The first one, doing 15 slashing damage, would be enough to fell you.
Yeah.
As this slash would sever one of your wings, as the magic would explode and disseminate across this entire mountainside. The second would clip your second wing as you fall to the ground, breathing heavily, as she would flurry the greatsword and would bring it to the base of your neck. And with the crit that she rolled for this, she would give parting words.
Such a waste.
Spits.
We could have been so much more. I don't feel any victory. Only disappointment. After whatever you believe comes after death. Icon.
Spits on her shoes.
You managed
Bloody
to conjure
spit.
a bloody loogie that would fall just short of her boot. Splash barely gets onto it, as you would not necessarily see, but feel the blows of the greatsword lopping at your neck. Given it's armored, and given you're a beefy guy, it doesn't take just one blow. There's the first one, which you feel bite your neck with a pound in your head. The second one, nearly lopping it off. And finally rearing up in the third. As the echo of her impact would transcend your vision into you waking up as that third loud bang would echo throughout the High Crucible.
Just basically shouting, "Fuck, didn't get her name."
As for Rin, yeah,
Time for your nightmares.
I really need to go take a whiz and let my dog out because I hear him
All right.
whining.
fine. We will take a 5-minute break. We will reconvene at around 8:40.
Think.
I was so fucking close. I was so fucking close.
You did pretty good towards the end, though.
God damn it.
Almost, dude. If you had somehow survived her turn and had another opportunity, you could have done it.
I
You
would
could
have
done
just struck her with lightning again.
it. Yeah.
Ah, so
Just like
fucking
that.
close. Literally surviving on one was very entertaining.
I know. I saw your health bar, and like it's a less than 1% pixel count. So I thought you were done. I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Nah.
Look at my HP, bitch.
the audacity of this asshole.
I had a calculator up the entire time. I did it numerous times, just like, there's no fucking way.
Jesus Christ.
Leave him with one, bitch.
Ugh. Anyways, I'll be right back. I'm gonna stretch my legs.
Right, apologies, I'm back. Also, I have this.
Fucking nice. I'm so frustrated.
Man, even when you're super baller, you still get your shit kicked in.
I know damn well I shouldn't have done that, evil or good, but I was fucking banking on them being undead of some kind.
Yeah, found something out at least.
Just because they have a difference of opinion doesn't make them evil, James.
Their soul is dead. It's fine. It should have kept.
That's
it.
racist.
That's racist.
If I didn't do that undead thing, the evil and good, I could have done it. I could have.
Yeah.
Sag.
So what you're saying, your belief in the concepts of good and evil led to your downfall.
Yes. Literally.
Oof. I give like 30 seconds. I probably should just pee myself, even though I don't really have to.
Just piss yourself, bro.
That's what I said. I'm gonna piss myself. They're back.
Nice.
No, right here on the mic. No balls.
Damn, so you're frying chicken in there? Just kidding, you piss real hard.
Jesus.
No, Mr. Obama, please.
I'm so mad. I can't wait until yours is just something like racism again.
Oh boy.
Why are you racist?
You're the one who's racist.
I'm only racist against undead. And that's not a race, that's just a state of being.
And
Yeah.
a heavily clad Amazonian woman who have a difference of opinion.
I didn't get her name and that makes me sad.
How else am I gonna finish now? Death by Snoo Snoo.
Death by getting my head fucking yopped.
Get what you fucking deserve. Cause you gotta do the cooking by the book. Cause no, you can't be lazy. Break it down, bitch! Back a motherfucker up, break it down.
You don't know the rest of the song, do you?
No.
All right.
The lizard has been drained.
I just shook it a lot, that's all I did. I need to clean that shit up later. Alright, is everybody here?
Yeah.
Jacket?
Oh no.
Oh man.
He had a heart attack.
Yes.
Uh,
I'm actually undead now. Hello.
Fuck, it would have worked against you.
Kill it.
All right.
Yeah, but then all I have to do is get you to make a save instead, and that spell is inert then.
Uno momento.
Oh, Moria trains. Let's go, baby.
Alright. Everyone is here. We will move forward. As for Rin, having found some solace in your work, you find yourself able to go to sleep a lot easier than you were feeling previously. A distraction of the mind in your tinkering, followed by the revelations to give a silver lining to an otherwise heavy to process day. You would lay down with everyone else as second watch takes their part outside. And you find yourself falling into a strikingly quick sleep. But as deep of a sleep as you go into, you never quite fully drift off. You almost seem to just have a sliver of your own consciousness still present. And for whatever reason, you just can't seem to shake it off and actually get some proper rest, despite adjusting yourself within the confines of your suit multiple times to some frustration. This would continue. And eventually, there would be a noise that would kind of open your eyes a little bit as you hear a muffled bang that you kind of feel in your chest, and it shakes you awake a little bit as you wake up in the crucible, only to see everyone else is still fast asleep.
Am I able to get a kind of directional for that sound?
Roll perception.
Oh no.
Hard
No
to be
one-
sure, but it was definitely on the far side of the walls of one of the crucible faces. It's difficult to be exact. It echoes in here. And you would hear it yet again, louder this time.
Being more aware, does that help me pinpoint?
I'll let you roll one more time. Perception.
Okay.
Even worse.
Doubles.
You think you're pretty sure it was not too far from where you are positioned, but it's hard to be certain. And then, oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just clearing my throat.
Finally, there is a almost deafening, and there's a shockwave that would push you in this direction, as you would almost lose your footing as your creation would fall to the floor, as it was most certainly directly behind you, and you look to the Heliostone to see it's cracked.
What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
And being so close, staring at it, you would see that there is something trickling through this hairline fracture in the supposedly indestructible Heliostone. It appears to be water. And there's something... Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
There's something about this that just puts a shiver down your back. There's something more to it. And then there would be a voice that seemingly originates from the crack as it speaks openly throughout the crucible.
How could they treat you like this? After everything you've given them.
And as that crack would slowly continue to increase its trickle of water, the familiar wave of the scent of sea salt would wash over you, despite being even inside your suit, followed immediately by the sound of crashing waves somewhere further. And there would be the several ear-splitting cracks of stone, the intensity of which you can feel in your bones. As in multiple points along the crucible, other cracks are forming and water, seawater, begins to wash in. You can see there's a crack up here, right above Jin, the orc who's still asleep somehow. The water would make contact with him, and as it does so, he begins to almost wash away as though he were made of wet sand. As water slowly is leaking in this place.
Unsure about what to do or say, I'll move closer to that initial crack. And it's pouring seawater, you said, right?
Yes, increasingly so. It's washing over your table, moving all the things that you still had on there onto the ground as they're being scattered.
I'll take a moment to kind of hold my hand under the outcoming stream and to kind of feel the water hit my palm and splash outwards. As even though I'm in my suit, just the movement of it is kind of comforting, but also very curious as what is going on. That guy straight up dissolved into sand. But after a second, I'll look into the crack. Am I able to see the source of the water?
It's hard to see. It's just a crack. You can't see into it. It's a hairline fracture, but it's slowly pouring in with greater force as time goes on.
The voice. Did I recognize it?
Make a history check. Your mind would be greeted by a vague, removed sense of familiarity. Like you are on the start of something, but the trail to further identification is abruptly cut. It's almost simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar. Very odd feeling.
I'll speak to roughly where the voice emanated from and ask, "Who are you?"
Your words would greet the cracked stone, and there'd be a pause. You're not really sure if you're speaking to someone who can hear you, but the water would progressively come in with greater and greater force, and it's definitely in a bit of a pour at the moment. And eventually, you would hear them speak again.
What is it you saw in them to begin with? They cannot possibly understand. To try and meld small minds. What was going through your own?
And you would see the cracks of the crucible. They're starting to widen and give way. And as this happens, the cracks are deafening. For indestructible stone to give way like this, every crack, every increase in the fractures of this place, it shakes you to your core. It almost feels like your body in of itself is breaking. It's a terrible feeling. Very unsavory. And with each increasing crack, the water pours in greater and greater. There's now several waterfalls that are pouring in with tremendous force, and the one in front of you is no exception, as there is a torrent of water now just spewing in. I'm assuming you're trying to resist, or are you gonna back up?
Yeah, I'll back away so I don't get knocked on my ass, I suppose.
You would do so. And as you take a step, there is a wet sound with each footstep you take, as there's a couple inches of water that is now filling the entire crucible. You look to where everyone was sleeping, and it seems as though as the water greets them, they too are disseminating into sand. And then some lowly gray matter as they float within the pouring water, and then nothing. And as this continues to happen, you can see that the cracks aren't stopping, they're progressing even further. And there would be yet another thought that comes through.
I've felt the visions of your memories. We were fit to be the truest architects of this world. We had so much to give, so much to teach.
I suppose that is true. As for them, when I first found them, curiosity drove me to learn more. Smaller minds, yes, but it was a new perspective, a different form of life. A mind that contained its own thoughts above the simple beast of the world. I suppose I pitied them after learning of their existence on the surface. And so I took them under my wing.
There's a long silence as the torrent of water is all you hear, and it almost knocks you on your rear as there's a splitting crack. It deafens you momentarily as the entire crucible would suddenly break in half, and water from all manners of direction would overtake you in an absolute maelstrom. The remaining candelabras would be snuffed out as their warm glow would be quickly extinguished into nothing. The warm presence of the consecrations from Sadrius are overwhelmed by the sheer cold of the seawater, as there is nothing but a watery void, a vortex that you're in. And you find that you can barely see anything. You are being pushed and pulled by tides at their mercy. As the voice would speak up again.
We spoke through culture, arts, philosophy, kinship. Unfortunately, the only language they spoke was violence. So it appears, violence is the only language this world universally articulates. A common communication, louder and more brutish than anything constructive ever could. But you knew this well before we lost it all. What drove you to greet such an innately hostile world with benevolence?
I thought they could be better. rise above their primitive mindsets. Back then, my hope for them was squandered. They fear what they do not understand. And that fear turns to hatred. I know not of how life can turn out into such ways where these beliefs stem from. I do not know the reasons for this. Why they lash out like spoiled children. Like hateful beasts.
You would... Oh, you're not done. Go ahead. Sorry.
Perhaps you are correct in that statement. Violence to conquer their violence. Perhaps that is the only way. I suppose I'll have to continue and find out.
As you would utter these words and you feel yourself sinking further and further into this torrent of water, you would feel your heels make contact with solid ground. It's nothing of stone that you had been walking on inside of the crucible, or even sand for that matter at the bottom of a cold ocean. It's grass. Soft grass. And you would see the formation as the torrent around you would increase, as this pocket of air would quickly overtake your surroundings. And you see lush fields for which you're now standing in. Trees, foliage, even wildlife. And off in the distance, human figures. A small group of them, perhaps adventurers of some kind. But as you look closer at all this, you can see that there is motion within all of the life that you're seeing. You're looking towards the tips of the grass blades, and they're wilting at the tips. And it would work its way down to the roots, as the trees, too, suffer a similar fate, as they seem to be drying out in real time, and all of the water, all of the moisture, and all of this life would coalesce into these tendrils of water that form these unnatural, almost floating streams. And they would be guided essentially in the same direction as the world around you continues to dry out, as the source of power influencing the water would be visible above you in the sky above. No.
Oh no! It was him all along.
I am your god.
Sorry about that. I'm assuming you can hear that.
Ooh, that is ominous.
There would be this massive collection of energy whirling through the sky, converging on a single point, and these tendrils of water would be following along them all onto a single point on the edge of the horizon. You would look towards the landscape and there's little left. There's dry dirt, sand. Life has been dried out.
The camera can't see it.
Oopsie.
Oh,
Well, taking my take it. It's fine. Taking my description, as your perception would expand, and you can see this terraforming energy creating a landscape.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Checkbox. And as all this water's being carried off, leaving nothing but a dry wasteland around you, you hear yet more words.
You set an example of benevolence by your actions of coexistence and peace. It had its merits, and I cannot ignore the fruit it bore for the time it reigned. But your fate lay a contrarian example of this world, a conclusion that this way of peace was ultimately a mistake. And so, I am left at this crossroad, unable to proceed without your conviction. The first page of the rest of this world's history awaits my penmanship. But I cannot so much as draw my first words without knowing how to live on from all of this.
You seek my conviction. That was a question, by the way.
Oh, sorry. There wouldn't really be a response. You would just continue to observe all of the energy converging on a single point, as if it's being woven into something. You can see in the far distance, the few hills and mountains are quaking, as if it's all to create, or rather, awaken something.
Am I able to get closer to see what that thing is? This convergence point?
Yeah, you could get to higher ground, which you're on a slope, so yes, easily done. Roll perception.
Oh, no! 15.
You would see in the furthest distance, there is a small, dark, slender object at its source. And there are several other smaller objects of its likeness, much smaller, that are in its immediate surrounding area. And the more energy converges on this pillar, the bigger it seems to become, growing skyward. And more words would echo around you.
I am alone in my head. I cannot forge closure. Two possible future paths, forever at a stalemate with one another. I intend to change that, and never let this silence befall us ever again. As for the rest of the world after the fact, that is merely secondary.
A lot of this energy would continue to converge on this pillar in the far distance as it grows higher and higher. As this strange pillar giving off all this energy would grow increasingly high into the sky until you swear it would scrape along the stars. And it seems as though all the tendrils leading to it would weaken. And finally, there would be a strong pulse coming out from it that would travel along the dried out land. It would hit you with a...
I honestly don't have a response. Just kind of mesmerized at this.
Easily done. As you feel the weight of the words and the sights, unsure any immediate conclusion, or if one can even be drawn from everything being presented to you so rapidly, going through so many emotions. There would be another pulse as you see this pillar illuminate and give off another resounding, even stronger than before, almost knocking you down, before finally it would glow brightly, almost so brightly that it restores daylight within the sky before it gives off a shattering as that pulse would knock you out of this vision back into the present moment, and that loud bang would actually resonate throughout the High Crucible, as is heard by Dagny, as is heard by Morthos, as is heard by Vela, Caecilius, everyone. As for Garrick, you are dead asleep.
Oh.
Oh no, he's dead.
Oh,
Make a new
no.
character.
Great.
Yeah, this is great for the character with really high perception to not be woken up. Fantastic.
Yeah.
It's almost like that was on
Oh
purpose.
boy, here we go.
You're seeing something else.
Hell, actually.
As Garrick, you are within a heavy shroud of nothingness. You would almost feel this peace within this void. Too thick to perceive anything. This is simply your natural state. Here in this nothingness, you feel oddly at home, oddly comforted. As though there's a certain homeliness to this void that nothing else in this world can quite bring you. But it's interrupted, and you would feel the grogginess well up, having been suddenly interrupted by this secondary feeling. And you would hear, listening intently because you can't see anything, there's soft whispers that are echoing in all directions around you. It seems as though they're all trying to speak out to you at once, but you're unable to intelligently decipher any of it.
So many voices. Is there not one among them who could be a leader?
You would call out, trying to identify a speaking voice above the others. Roll perception.
Okay. Oof. It's not a good roll at all.
Holy shit. Okay, never mind. Whatever. Sorry.
What?
You rolled a 3 and got a 10. The fuck you mean, what?
Well,
Yeah,
it's
dude.
just a 10, dude.
Fuck
You would
hell.
do your best to try to pinpoint a single voice, but it's ultimately proving difficult. You would try to look around, and the void seems to be this milky, dark haze that almost seems to be forming shapes that are tangible, but not quite making it there. You would see flashes of vaguely familiar shapes. You would see Vela, the elf. Then you would see Rin. And then Sadrius. Then Dagny. Among a few others.
I see how it is.
Sorry. And you're trying your hardest just to concentrate on one of them, and you decide to stick with one particular blob among the many. And using everything you got with the roll, you're only able to focus upon one blob, which you're able to just hold, as you find that this shape is returning your stare. Oddly enough, this one is not speaking, not whispering like all the others.
You've got on to something nobody else has. You're a weirdo.
As you continue to entertain this particular shape's presence, you would feel the concentration on the rest of them dissipate, and the whispers would quiet down until it becomes a low hum at best. There is only you and Horvis, or at least a facsimile of him. And there's an odd stillness. So you feel your skin kind of crawl. You feel a particular discomfort. You can almost hear the roar of the keystone somewhere nearby, but you're not quite able to decipher where. Just that it is present.
Well, you don't speak in the place where others shout, and you choose a very strange form, my home. What's going on here? And I guess I'll step towards this facsimile, or illusion, or whatever it is that my strange mind seems to want to create today.
You would do so as you take a step. And the closer you get, the bigger you feel and the smaller this facsimile seems. And there would be just a voice echoing from somewhere, not quite sure where, that utters a single word.
Extinguish.
Oh,
So it calls, so it will be done. The mortal shell given a command.
And I assume you're hardening your approach towards him.
Oh yes.
With every... Oh, alright.
Just to have some fun. Instead of pulling out the usual clerical symbol, I think I'll pull out a different. Affix it to my hammer. And do as instructed.
You do so, adhering it to your hammer, as with an ungodly strength, the symbol adheres to the metal of the hammer and becomes one, as you harden your stance, with this facsimile of Horvis being unmoving as you would proceed to raise up that hammer and do as instructed. And the higher you raise the hammer, the darker and more motionless their surroundings become until it reaches its peak. You're in total darkness, surrounded by nothingness, utter nothingness, just you and him. And as you bring down the hammer and do as instructed, there is but a single loud bringing you back.
And I'll silently sit up.
That strike, that final echo, would not just end within your head. It resonates throughout the entire crucible. It was a tangible sound. The same sound that has woken everybody from their strange visions, dreams, whatever you wish to call them. As a loud noise has woken up everyone in the chamber.
I think when Dagny's waking up, but she's basically... There's that very loud scream that's, like, accompanies after the slam, and she's, like, visibly just writhing in pain.
And that would be equally harsh on the ears, echoing through the chamber, as the one closest to you, minus Garrick Horvis, jumps up a little bit as he was already looking around, but you freaked him out even further.
My head's going to peek around the corner at the door.
I have a question, the man.
Yes.
Did I finish my 2 tools here?
Yes, you did. Everything is completed there.
Yeah, I'm definitely fucking getting up and turning around where that scream emanated from.
The scream would have come from around the corner, which, most recently was inhabited by Garrick and Dagny.
Alright, I'll go over there, and the drone will fly up from its place on the floor to come join me.
You should have full control of the token. There you go.
As I'm turning the corner, look around over here and see... Is Dagny just, like, on the ground still freaking the fuck out?
Well, she's not freaking out. She's, like, visibly writhing around in pain, just screaming deliriously.
What is it? What is wrong? Are you injured?
It hurts.
Yeah, I'll move over and kind of place a hand on Dagny's shoulder to kind of still them, while simultaneously looking for any injuries, because they appear to be in pain.
You wouldn't find any injuries, but she is acting as though she certainly has sustained some.
So, after looking at the door, I'm going to snap my head towards the halfling for a moment, and then towards Dagny, as something more important and immediate is happening. With either medicine or insight, could I pick up on what is happening to her? What would have caused such an outburst? Anything like that?
How exactly are you looking at her? Just like generally looking for wounds, or looking just for anything in general?
I imagine it's pretty obvious that there's no physical wounds with the context of everything. I'm more wondering of her emotional state.
Without a check needed, she is quite visibly extremely distressed. More so than you have seen her at any point up until now.
Dagny, still yourself. You're safe here.
I'm gonna do like a con save, see if she can even hear anything through this pain. Nope. Yeah, she's still. Yeah, she's like almost kind of flailing out at whatever's touching her.
Dagny, could you make me a charisma saving throw?
Okay. All right. Let's see.
As I cast Sacred Flame.
As I cast Calm Emotions.
Calm your shit, bitch.
I cast Calm Your Tits.
And I don't mean it to be mean, but if
Oh my
somebody's
God.
having a panic attack, you can use magic to help.
Yeah, it's true. I cast Chill the fuck out.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
you cast the spell on her. She almost kind of seizes up, and her body visibly relaxes, but her face is just streaming tears, and she's just like there are slight groans, like it's almost like she's grieving somewhat.
I'm going to step closer to the side of Rin, and if it's robots in the way, just kind of push it gently to one side.
It's hovering above people now.
Oh, well, fair enough then. To be fair, I am also hovering above most people.
Garrick, that was a very clever use of your spell. You can gain a point of inspiration for that. I like that a lot. And as Dagny, you're feeling this wash of calmness, and you're just beginning to get your breath. There would be another force which would make you jump again all the same, while still at least under the effects of the spell, as everyone would hear,
Ah, shit. Is the door good?
you would be peering towards the door because you have line of where are you? Where'd you go? Oh, you're right there. Yeah, you have full line of sight door. You would see there's a bit of dust or particles that suddenly are shaken off of the door, as it very clearly came from there.
While that happens, I'm going to look at Dagny. Look at me. I don't know what you have gone through, but we might be in danger. I'll help keep you calm. I will try and protect you. Are you able to stand?
She just
And I'll offer out a hand.
weakly reaches for your hand and tries to grab it.
And with that, you will be hoisted and lifted to your feet. Given, his large frame, he does make for a pretty sturdy thing to lean on.
Yeah, she kind of stumbles on her feet to try and steady herself after you hoist her up abruptly.
Yeah, just keeping you steady and, holding an arm out to just make sure you don't fall over.
The last time this happened, her brothers got stabbed, so I'm not so sure that's very helpful.
True, but I don't know that, do I? I don't even know who she is, really.
Right. You seem the crazy lady taken care of. I'm going to go check out what the fuck's happening.
I'm rapidly trying to open the door.
At this point, everyone, Orthos included, believe it or not, is converging. And you would see 3 of them are checking on Sadrius. Horvis is moving into essentially assist in calming down Dagny. And Jin, the half-orc, would meet at your side, Rin, as he calls out, "Good to see you're up too. Let's see what it is. Come on."
Off to reinforce Poopy Pants McGee.
Door open. Door open.
You are, having memorized the pattern, would begin the process of opening the door. And part way through, about 10 seconds, you're interrupted with a... as it would shake you to your core as something massive on the other side of the door is clearly trying to break it open, although unsuccessfully.
I'm
Given that you were...
pause. I'm gonna pause from opening the door. Just... This is probably a horrible idea. You might want to back up.
Jin would look over to you. Are you sure about this? I know there's people outside, but still.
I'm just gonna start undoing it a little bit. I'm not entirely sure. I do not believe you killed the big beastie.
If we don't help, they could die, but at the same time, there's a chance they're already... As it... Once again, the door would quake. The heavy, solid, indestructible heliostone would still quiver.
Mirix is literally gonna flip a coin.
Oh my god!
While also flipping a coin in real life. Hold up, let me just go grab a fucking coin. Leaving it to chance is a horrible idea.
We should prepare the others in a defensive formation, regardless of what we need to do.
I'm back, sorry. He's just gonna say, heads we help, tails they're already dead. Oh shit, where do I go? Shit, I dropped it!
If it's off the table, it
another
doesn't
one.
count. D&D rules.
Shit. One it's heads, two it's tails. Alright, rolling a D2. Uh-oh.
Tails.
They are already dead! Just looking at them. Do we open the door and figure out what is there?
Jin, can this door be opened very slightly? Enough for my drone here to slip through.
Oh, sorry. Hold on a second. Could you repeat that?
I pretty much asked him, can this door be kind of opened up a little bit so the drone can slip through and fucking see what's going on?
Jin would shake his head. I've never seen it open only partially. Usually once you get it, it opens up all the way. There's no in between, no half-ass in it. We've got to be decisive now.
Just shouting battle positions throughout the chamber.
Okay.
As I'm going to, just direct Rin. You might want to back up, or do you want to take the face?
Fine then. So, back up.
As
The
I
drone
said,
also.
horrible idea. As I'm just gonna shout again, get the fuck over here!
You hear Vela would call out from the altar. Just a second! Sadris isn't responding!
Fuck! I'm just not gonna open that real quick. Just gonna sit here with a weapon.
I don't know what's going on, I can't snap him out of it!
Here we go.
I'm gonna bring out my super strong ale. That fucking acid dragon bullshit. And I'm gonna coat my weapon with it real quick.
Ooh, that's clever!
And just does that have arms? Can it take this to over there so he can sniff it? Fuck.
I believe we have more pressing matters.
Him being very not responsive is a very pressing thing.
He's not the only one who's unresponsive.
Fine.
That
That's all.
door will
Command-
hold for a bit.
Jin would speak up to you two. We should take a more defensive approach. We don't know what's on the other side of that door. If it's anything like that big lizard, we're fucked.
That's when I'm going to just go behind this pillar and just... Everybody behind the pillar, if you have range, stay back.
Jin would abide and would take a defensive position over here.
And I will just take a defensive position on the other side. And I'm going to cut the rope.
So, this calm emotion spell is great, but it only lasts a minute, and I imagine it's going to start to run out at this point. So
it's around that time.
Yeah, so what I'm going to say to Dagny before it wears off, and the emotions might settle back in, is the following. I don't know what caused you to react like that, but right now, you have to focus on breathing. Keep it calm. Just like that. The spell should be wearing off. You are okay.
What's happening?
There's something at the door. The big religious fellow is unresponsive, and you woke up with a fright.
She just kind of... She grabs her arcane rod near her bedroll. She uses it, starts to use it like a cane, and kind of pushes off Garrick's arm and moves over to the corner to, or at least to this corner, to kind of peek around.
You would do so, and you can see that you have allies in the alcoves of the door, bracing themselves for combat should it result. And through collective efforts on the altar, you would see that they managed to move Sadrius over here. And it's curious, as they move him, they're not necessarily like guiding him, like he's still standing, but as they move him, they're more so pushing him through the air as he is floating just a couple of inches off the ground in this very peaceful, closed-eye, meditative state.
Well, this might be a waste of another... Well, I wouldn't say it was a waste of a spell, actually, but this might be the second time that I do something silly with a spell in as many minutes. I don't know if it's going to work as well on him, though. I would like to cast Command on him. The word being wake.
Alright, what kind of save is that?
Let me have a look. Let me just put it up real quick. Cast.
Importantly, can he hear?
Well, it doesn't... Well, if people are sleeping or concentrating, they can usually still hear. It is a wisdom save, so chances are he'll succeed, but it's worth a go.
Can he willingly fail while... Can he willingly resist while asleep? Is important.
I don't know. Well, let's find out.
You would begin this, and you notice that the halo to the back of his head glows more intense as you feel your spell contact him, but there is a tremendous, overwhelming, blinding resistance, an opposing force on the other side that rejects your spell as you almost topple over somehow, as there is something that rejected your influence, as there is something else currently at the wheel that seems to be communing or taking a hold of Sadrius in a extremely significant way. He's almost glowing entirely.
Not this shit again.
There's almost a particular warmth to him, yet he will not wake.
Fuck, he wasn't just sleeping. I should have reset the system, fuck!
Something has control of your friend, and it's not by his own admission. You better do something about that before this door breaks down.
We should worry about the more immediate threat. Let's worry about that door, says Erigar, who is this guy here, as he's speaking to you, Garrick.
Well, What can we do? Can we reinforce it? Can we do anything? You guys are the experts of this place.
It's Helio Stone. How do you reinforce something that's indestructible?
Well,
Let's
it's not
just-
indestructible if that thing thinks it can get through.
It's not about breaking the door, it just forces it open. I don't know. Just get ready. We don't know what's going to happen. And with that, he's running up.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
so
string
get
my
behind
net
your
around the
pillow.
door. If something comes in, it's getting caught by my fucking net.
Dagny is casting mage armor on herself.
Fuck you.
Yeah, I'm activating a defense field on myself.
Hold action attack.
Yeah, I got a blessing of the forge myself.
I'll just
Alright.
toss you my weapon. Toss it back.
Oh, you don't need to toss me your weapon. It just comes straight back to me. So they're just tossing the weapon back to you, and the magic jumps from your weapon to my armor.
Oh.
All right. And everyone is in position.
Yeah, I did want to say my drone is high up towards the ceiling, about, I would say, 30 or so from the ground.
Okay. And let me just do something. Let's see what we do.
They walk into my. They just casually walk in. Yeah, we just forgot the code, bro.
Oh, I found this cool hammer too. I was testing it out.
Yeah, I wanted to see if it could break Heliostone.
There would be yet another. As the door would stand true. And everyone would then wait for a long while. One of those being the last to get into position, but not saying anything. And there's all eyes on the door. 10 seconds pass. Then 20. 30. 40. Another one. But this time, it came from above, this point, from the ceiling.
Do we see any shape up above, or is it just solid stone?
It's a solid cathedral.
Gonna shout. What is in the door over there?
Shh!
Over here.
Don't let it know we're here.
I don't think
The
that's
more we
allowed.
shout, the more
Turn
it
the lights
knows.
out. Nobody's home.
It can stay quiet.
Another one above the altar. There are some transparent materials that are here that resemble windows. Granted, this is not your typical window. It's like a solid, very highly fractured crystalline structure. You would imagine it too is probably equally resilient as the Heliostone, at least you would hope. What's everyone's passive? Actually, that wouldn't matter here. Just make perception checks because you're actively searching for the threat.
20. I'm also
Can
gonna.
I just give my drone advantage for that?
Yeah, if you're getting your drone over there, sure.
Let's see. 'Cause there's-
Can I add guidance to my roll?
Wow.
Sure.
No.
it's definitely zoomed in.
I'm also gonna direct the other melee boy to kind of follow with me, just so we're not on the fucking back end if it breaks into the middle.
Right.
Just if it breaks into the middle, I want to be as central as possible at this point because I can get anywhere pretty fast as long as I'm central.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm at the end and he breaks in on this side, fuck!
Let's stay in the middle.
Through your collective efforts, you would see flickers of erratic light through the fractured crystalline structure which vaguely resembles windows of this crucible. You would see there is a large flickering source of azure light that is accompanied by numerous smaller sources of violet light that seem to be dancing erratically, all converging to create this bluish, purplish light source. Whatever it is, it's quite massive. But despite the light, you can't make out anything further, given the crystalline nature of these windows, if you can call it that. Unless, of course, if the drone wants to go right up to it, or if someone wants to put their face against it.
No, I'm
No,
good, thanks.
I'm good.
Yet another. As you see this tremendous amount of force hit against the back, unsuccessfully creating any entry.
No sign of damage?
None.
All right.
I'll get bored and leave eventually.
There's about a minute's pause. Then 2. Then 3. Nothing. You can't see the shimmer coming from these structures, nor from any on the left or right, given that there was similar structures here. All is quiet.
It's waiting.
Yeah, Dagny just suddenly remembers that this was supposed to be on second watch and starts running for the door immediately.
You start running and Mirex fucking starts yanking it. Where would you say we intercept each other?
Yeah,
I am fucking netting this bitch.
I'm not letting that door open either.
Where are we meeting? You're not getting anywhere fucking close.
Like I'm definitely gonna be running down the rug, so.
I mean, we could literally turn this into an initiative thing, like,
Where am I meeting this bitch?
because, like, I don't want that door opening either. That's just a bad time.
All right, are we all contesting here? Garruk and Dagny and Mirks. All
I
right,
do not want that door opening.
roll for initiative to get a order of operations here.
Alright.
I will full on sumo tackle your ass if need be.
Where's my-
Your cripple ass will be on the ground faster than that fucking rock.
Ooh, fun.
Dagny has first turn. You feel a massive wave of adrenaline as your realization comes to fruition. And you're quite panicked once again.
Like, just immediately mad dash for the door.
All right. If you're dashing out, that's 60 feet.
There's still a net there.
You just like string up the net by the door or something?
Basically blocking it, yeah.
Isn't this door like fucking gigantic?
Yes, it's gigantic. So like it's basically just like a little patch which you'd be able to get, I guess, on either side of the door. You don't know if when you open this huge indestructible door if it's just gonna rip in halves, but it's something.
More importantly, I know how long it takes to open that door, so I'm gonna be able to get there before it does.
Yeah, like immediately as she's getting to the door, she's yelling out to Thistle.
You would call out from the other side of the door, but there is no response.
That'll be my turn.
All right, Garruk.
Main action dash, of course. Where's my measuring tool? So how far can 60 feet get me? I'll get to there, so we'll do that. Nope, that's still the ruler. So we get to there, I think.
Yeah.
And do I have any bonus action way to stop you, or am I just running another round? Let's see.
Suplexer.
That'll be next turn.
That'll be next turn by 2 massive fuck off dudes.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, she's trying to open the door, and you two are trying to stop her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do anything with a bonus action here, so they're gonna get to the door.
All right.
But I know that door takes about 30 seconds to open.
Indeed, it does.
I'm pretty sure. Do I have a bonus action attack somewhere?
You tell me.
I'm trying to see if I grabbed the bonus action attack. I'm pretty sure I fucking didn't, and I'm so sad.
Garrett, did you do your movement?
Yes.
Oh,
I
okay.
started in, like, the corner, and
Oh, gotcha. Alright.
so
All
it'll
right.
take me another round to get the...
If anything, this is kind of an opportune time to open the door, right? Because it's on the other side, or at least just fucked off.
Yeah, but it takes a while to open the door.
Bonus action dash. Just no. We need
to open it.
No.
Open it.
He's gone. We
No!
need to wait. That is my turn. Next turn, you will be netted and dragged.
I
Dagny.
grappled.
Said there's a net on the door.
Yeah, I mean, you can work around it. It may take a couple extra seconds, but it'll take essentially 5 rounds to do it uninterrupted.
I'm gonna channel firebolt through the net.
You bitch.
Ball?
This is now war.
Firebolt.
Okay. I was like, whoa.
Gotta fireball the net.
10
No,
HP,
I'm not-
bitch.
Does the net have HP?
Yes, and an AC.
All right. Make an attack roll,
Fuck
Dagny.
his net. Fuck his net. Fuck his net.
Is this gonna be like oh?
Fuck you. This is my
Regrettably,
net.
it would go through an opening within the net and would impact against the heliostone, making a very present shimmer within the stone as the heat and magic is resonant as it travels along the stone. But the net, unfortunately, is fully intact. Fucking shit, we're gonna lose your 3rd net already.
I have like 3 more. It's okay. I'm just gonna be depressed.
Anything else, Dagny?
She's just gonna continue. I mean, she's gonna push against the net and say, "You keep yelling for Thistle."
Because the door's up here. I know it's kind of weird given the battle map, but just roll it. So
Yeah.
you'd have to continue forward if you're gonna get up to the door.
Yeah, I'm moving up to the door.
All right. Merrick, she is moving out of your space. If you wish to take an opportunity attack,
Opportunity attack and snaggle this bitch.
Yeah.
Stab her.
Opportunity grab.
Opportunity grab.
I don't
You're
think
going-
you can do that.
I
Yeah,
can
I
with a
don't-
net.
Throwing a net. If you're
Also,
throwing
you
a
can
net, yeah.
replace...
oh, a net attack. Okay, if that's the case, I believe that is fair game. It's a weapon attack. So go ahead and roll.
Fuck.
What is with
Yeah,
all these
no,
nat
no.
ones? What
The amount
is
of
this?
ones this-
What is this?
Oh my gosh.
Christ! As a net goes sailing over your head and would impact the pillar over here harmlessly, leaving you no avenue to get to the door unabated.
Yeah, like I'm approaching up to the door and yelling for Thistle.
You do so, and you don't hear anything on the other side. Garrick.
Hello.
Stop this
Right,
crazy
then.
bitch. Does she know the
Stop it.
pattern actually?
I don't think she does.
No, I don't.
You have a rough idea because I think you were present when Caecilius was doing it, dwarf.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's a rough estimate. You don't know if it's it's not a guarantee.
Yeah.
Alright, well, you're within 60 feet.
Uh-oh.
I hate saying that.
Show me.
But-
your names.
Where is it?
Are you gonna cast more of your BDSM magic?
I mean, it's just regular magic, but You hold whatever opinion you want to, my guy, who's literally covered in metal. Right. So... What is the save for this one? Dagny,
Yeah.
would you like to make me a wisdom saving throw?
I'm sure she wouldn't, but I don't think you're asking.
No. No, I'm
Not 20, bitch. Get fucked.
Alright, cool. So that whole person does not work, unfortunately.
Oof.
That feels rough, man.
And now
Wild rolls.
you have to fight the hunk of flesh in a strength check.
Yeah.
I am going out of my way to cover her mouth and grab her hands so she cannot cast magic.
Alright, I imagine you're essentially I believe if you're going for a grapple, you first need to action grapple,
Yeah,
and then you
action
can use that to
grapple.
restrain her after the fact. So yes, that would be an athletics roll for you, Mirk. Dagny, your choice of athletics or
Not
acrobatics.
fuck. Let's fucking go.
Dagny, you feel something within you, almost as if that warmth that Sagereach planted within your chest is growing brighter than ever before. There is something guiding your movements very adamantly.
Something stupid!
You are powered by saving the life of someone who matters to you quite a bit, who has come a long way in a short period. Someone who bears echoes to other people that you also love. There is great purpose.
Can we test
your movements.
Dagny for fucking steroids?
Mirx, I have a question.
What?
Can you do multiple attacks in a turn?
Not yet. I'm not level 5.
Not for a grapple.
Because if you have multi-attacks, grapples only replace one of the attacks.
I
You can
am
do
not
it
level
both.
5.
Oof.
Oh.
That brings us to Dagny.
You still have multiple rounds.
Yeah, you gotta go multiple rounds to
Tase
open
him.
the door.
Tase him. Tase him.
Yeah, like,
Tase him.
No,
we're
I'm
not
not gonna.
trying to kill you,
Yeah.
but we are trying to stop you.
Other beefcake, please.
I'm going to attempt to remember the pattern of how to open the door, and I want to be able to channel my magic, because I saw how the magic of my fireball got absorbed into the Heliostone. I want to be able to channel my own magic power into the stone to kind of expedite the process.
You are using the conductive properties of Heliostone to expedite the opening sequence. That is fucking awesome, and I love it. So I'm gonna say you can make 2 rolls here, because one's like a free action. You're basically like trying to actively remember. The other is your combined effort to begin the process. So essentially, it takes 5 rounds to get this door open over the course of 30 seconds.
Okay.
So first of all, roll intelligence. Yeah, I would say intelligence to see how well you can remember the pattern.
19.
Through adrenaline and perhaps some divine touch that has been guiding you through all of your actions thus far, you get a pretty strong recollection, as though the memory was fresh in your head, and you feel pretty confident on the check. So for the aiding of the movement, just roll Arcana.
25.
Can you roll low once?
Not today.
Given that you have 2 successful pass checks of the 5 required turns, this one action completed 3 of them. There is grace in your movements as you're borderline reinventing the process here, as much of the door's already open.
Yeah, she's like doing this whole thing with tears streaming down her face. That is her turn.
Garrick, it's happening!
Get this bitch!
Alright then.
Just give me advantage on grappling this bitch!
I mean, I can do that. There is a more extreme option.
Dude, what would be more effective in this? Because I don't want to die.
I don't want to die either. So, my next question, Dagny. What are you wearing that's metal?
I'm not wearing any metal.
Are you using anything that's metal? Like your staff?
Well, the way I have it made is that it basically looks like a walking cane with a silver dragon's head that's holding a piece of amber.
So there is metal there.
On the top of the staff, yes.
Alright. And that's what you use to cast your spells, I imagine, right?
Yes.
And you're also using that to aid you in opening the door.
Yes.
I don't think that's a good idea.
No, it's not. But at the end of the day, Garrick has seen what happens to his last crew when somebody makes a decision for the rest of them.
Like you did?
I want to cast heat metal on her staff.
Okay, so this, of course, is only going to affect the metal parts of the staff, which, Dagny, if I'm not mistaken, you said essentially the top part?
Essentially.
Yeah,
But if she's
so...
waving around to cast spells, and like the gem is on the top, wouldn't she be holding it by the wood and like waving it around?
Exactly, yeah. So the part that you're going to be holding it, Dagny, is not going to be heated up. Like, it's going to be warm because you have a glowing hot metal tip, but it's not going to...
The spell just says if you're in physical contact with the item, which the staff is, you're in physical contact regardless of where you're touching.
I mean, sure, but like this is... It's wood that she's contacting. Like, if it was like a dagger or a sword, yeah, absolutely. If it was armor, yeah, absolutely. But like, realistically, you're going to heat up the head of the staff. So, while it's not going to break her concentration or burn her or make her drop it, you imagine it's not going to make anything easier. So, as far
If
as
anything, wouldn't in like a turn or two it just catch fire? Sorry to interrupt.
I'd imagine for long enough it may do something along those lines. It's red hot metal, but whether that's going to happen in time, you're not sure. But I will say, just the DM's discretion here, it is going to raise the DC for her. It will do something.
I really gotta burn my spell slots doing this, huh? Okay.
Walk forward.
Yeah, I'm gonna move forward regardless first.
Alright.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so that's 30 feet. Do I have anything else I could do real quick? Athletics checks count as a strength check, right?
They are strength-based, I believe, yes.
Yes, they're the only strength-based skill.
That's touch-based, so I can't even do that. Yeah, I'm just gonna be up here, I guess. Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God, I can only really dash, so here we are. And, you said that, part of opening the door is a free action?
Opening this door?
Because she made an intelligence check and then used an action to do something, right? Like,
I mean, the intelligence check was essentially the free action when she was actively recollecting how to do it, and the action that she take was built into the Arcana check. Sure, her action was opening the door in the Arcana check influenced how well she did because she was using magic-based techniques. So if you're going to be interacting with the door in any way, that's an action, like you're beginning the sequence.
well, I wanted to see if there was anything I could do with my, like, bonus action or free action to try and delay this stupid process.
I mean, as far as doing anything offensive towards her, like you're just trying to grapple or you're trying to punch her, anything like that, I mean, those are all actions. So if you got something on your sheet that can do that, it's great. If not, you're really just closing the gap.
Why? Okay.
Could yell.
Stop.
Why do all of my cool spells have to be actions? I
Them's
mean,
breaks, bud.
I don't want to start attacking you because that's not really in the spirit of the party. Fine, I'll end my turn, whatever. If we all go to the afterlife, I'm going to say I told you so.
Alright, athletics check. Fuck! I'm adding a d6.
Oh. Roll a 1, roll a 1, roll a 1, roll a 1.
I'm adding a d6.
Alright, that's what, 14?
Finally, there we go.
Yep.
Could I use my inspiration to re-roll that?
You may.
There it is.
Finally, there
Unfortunately-
we go.
And
Luck runs out.
grapple, moving 15 feet. We're walking this
No!
way.
Get off of me!
2.
He's
Hey,
still out there!
he's gone.
I have to help them! I have to help them!
Grab her mouth, please.
I'd say that's a free action. You already have the grapple, so sure.
Just covering her mouth so verbal components are no. No.
Mirx, you would know that with the progress on the door, if you wait for maybe 15 or so seconds, give or take, the progress is going to reset. So it's at a standstill, but as long as you maintain the grapple, you will cease her efforts.
I will slowly keep on dragging her, but it is
Very
Dagny's
well.
turn.
It is.
You can move 15 feet.
Well, you gotta get out of the grapple first. Currently, it's 0 feet.
Yeah, her movement speed is 0.
And essentially silenced.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, she's gonna try. I doubt she'll be successful.
Doesn't even beat the original.
Crisp 5.
You still have to roll, though.
You still have to roll. It's a new
I don't think I can physically roll lower than that.
You're fine.
Yeah, there you go.
The physique of Miarx as an esteemed warrior is no match for Dagny's more frail figure, and Dagny, your struggles go unsuccessful.
Yeah, she basically just goes limp in Mayarx's grip.
Just
All right.
He's smart.
Garrett.
He will make it out. Any more booms?
None throughout this entire altercation.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Cool. I'm going to walk up to her, take out the rope, restrain her properly.
All right. You would turn this grapple into a restrain, and she's tied up.
I'm going to take
I-
that.
Help them!
Your mouth is still
I-
covered. You hush now.
I'm going to tie her hands, silence her mouth properly. I do not. Mostly because she is a spellcaster.
You have gone from just a hand over mouth to a proper gag.
Yes.
All right. And let's see. I guess Mirx, you're just maintaining things. You're just continue to drag her back.
I'm basically just dragging her back every single time I get the chance. Just
All right.
into a safer spot, like if need be, behind a pillar in case something does break in.
Okay.
And obviously I'm with him doing that.
And I will say, for the sake of argument, Dagny, are you gonna try to break out of this very difficult bind?
No,
These cuffs
she
can't break me.
she is limp in their grip and is visibly sobbing, saying, "I have to help them. I have to help them. I have to save them."
Just gonna bring him over, or bring her over to Rin. Just a little bit of assistance, please. Calm
Yeah.
her.
You clearly didn't want to help us just now.
Rash decisions like that cause us all to die.
I don't respond to any of these two triple fucks. Instead, I'm commanding my drone to head up towards that window where the light was previously coming from.
In the very back,
Yeah.
you would do so. And I'm assuming you're pressing the lens up to a particularly large part of unfractured glass.
Mm-hmm.
Roll perception for the drone.
All right. Let's see. Obviously, I'm not close enough to help it.
Hey.
It manages to find a relatively unabated piece of the crystal to look through and sees nothing but a dark mountainside dotted by trees which are flowing in a very high wind. There's no evidence of any signs of life.
I'll call it back. And then move over to these guys.
All right. You do so.
Just looking over these two. Just what do we do?
It's simple, really. She obviously can't be trusted by herself right now. We put her somewhere safe, and we wait this out.
Couldn't save them.
If it makes you feel better, you're not making a bad decision, you're just making a rash one.
Dennis.
Did anyone
There
else
was-
have any weird dreams? This is what I'm assuming is causing this.
Weird dreams are a staple of clerics, as you can see by that one over there.
Yeah, Rin?
I hardly think leaving her tied up like this is improving her emotional difficulties at the moment.
With all due respect, I don't give a fuck about her emotion when she's about to get us all killed. Maybe you would recognize that as a problem if you fought for a second, like you always do.
There's no need for hostilities. Tying her up
Fine.
is necessary at the moment, as grim as it is. If she opens the door and there is something that can cause that racket outside, if she opened it, she would have been paced before it even fully opened.
Fine then. You two made a choice, and she made hers. I didn't see any more lights from my drone here. However, we cannot stay in the crucible forever.
That is agreed.
Huh.
Sooner or later, we are going to have to leave through the only exit.
And I would prefer there to be daylight when that happens, because I cannot see in the dark.
And, I'll be perfectly honest, the longer we wait, the higher the chance the creature fucks off.
You would see Aragar chime into this. Well, if she's managed to get a hold of herself, she's better to defend this place unrestrained. Calm her down and get her in her senses, then take that off of her. We need all able bodies.
Well, currently she's not an able body, so until we know that for sure, I think this is safer.
Just gonna look at Dagny, just... Are you capable of making good decisions? Just gonna
Come on.
uncover her mouth a little bit, preparing for any spells, just to recover it.
Why did I save them? I couldn't save them. Why did I save them? My brothers.
You think that is trusted at the moment?
No. My dream. That thing. It killed them. It killed my brothers. I was so afraid I could save them. It hurt me.
Your brothers are back at Highshire. We will get there soon, and you will see them. I can assure that.
Aragar would speak up again. What is it about brothers? Was she seeing things?
I don't know.
I had a weird dream as well. I'm pretty sure it tainted our minds.
I don't believe a simple nightmare would elicit such a strong reaction. Fine then. You two made the decision that we are to wait for the creature to move on. Fine. It's made. Now, if we're going to wait here, we need to ensure Dagny composes themselves. So, why don't you find somewhere to sit her down and remove the restraints? Once it's clear, she's not going to make a mad dash to the door.
Just, gesturing towards Garrock, just... Let us take her to it.
Before moving any further, Aragar speaks up again. Wait, about this business about bad dreams, nightmares, what is... And that would get interrupted as to the northeast of you all, there would be commotion over here, as rounding the corner, in his wits, is Sadrius. His eyes have this reminiscent glow that's actively fading. He appears to be well within his mind, calm, collected, and illuminant.
Welcome to the realm of the living. You missed some interesting developments.
With him awake, I think we are safe to go. We need to leave now.
Are you sure? I understand we're under attack?
We're not... Something's striking this place and causing a large sound to ring through it. It's clearly a huge creature, whatever it is. This one, in hysterics, tried to open the door without even so much as asking the rest of us. And we stopped her. You, meanwhile, were completely out cold, and when I tried to command you to come back so you could help us, you were also vacant. I think that about sums up what happened here.
Well, I suppose that we should remain here in the most defendable position here within several miles radius. As for me, I apologize. I wasn't exactly able to abate what was happening. I was somewhere else. Zula spoke to me directly. I heard her voice.
Are we sure it was
she
Zula
say?
this time?
Yeah.
It was her.
And
There is a
choke.
seriousness as well as the luminant glow on his eyes and the halo even still. There's a certain warmth to him even still that even just gives the faintest of ideas that what he's saying is objective truth, at least at face value.
Can I do a quick insight check versus Dagny on whether or not they're going to book it towards the door again?
Sure.
I do want them
think
not
you-
tied.
I mean, yeah, out of character, obviously. But you don't immediately untie someone after tying them up, usually.
Yes, but after they gain their senses, this happens a lot with people recently. Don't worry, I untied her instantly. Nothing bad happened of it. The other one, just that lady over there. But 18, Dagny, what do I glean?
You just see that she's not struggling at all. She is limp. She's tears are still streaming down her face, but she just has this 1,000-yard stare.
I think we should keep her feet tied. Simple dagger cut can keep her out, or get her out, but other than that, I think we are safe.
A dagger
See-
cut could do that already.
Sadrius would interrupt yet again. We need to take the most defendable position we can, regrettably. Those who were holding guard and understood the risks. I understand now with more clarity than ever that our mission, my purpose, for us, to all get back to Highshire and resurrect your friend is now more important than ever. In fact, humanity may hinge on it.
Just
That much is clear. That's what she told me.
And she is telling you that we need to defend ourselves as well.
No, we can't fulfill her prophecy if we're dead.
Sages would give somewhat of a nod. Whatever's in there, or out there, excuse me, I misspoke, is trying to extinguish humanity's only hope. We will remain here, no matter the cost. And there's a deadly seriousness in his voice and on his face that you have yet to see from him.
And I'm assuming it's not going to give up until we kill it or it kills us.
We don't know. But what we can do is wait. So we must. And is there any further remarks from anyone?
Nope.
With that, everyone would prepare themselves for the long wait,
I guess
where we
I'll
will end
untie.
this session here.
Alright.
I'm sorry, Amazon.
Oh, you were doing what your character thought should be done.
Jeez, I don't
I
even get
know,
a word
but
out.
I-
People are yelling at me.
I'm not. I want to just put this across that I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm sorry.
No, you're not. You're acting in character. I loved everything about what you did. It was great. All of you.
Where do I meet this
Hardcore
bitch? She's
drama.
not making it there. That will not be happening.
Honestly, though, I mean, got much further than I thought she would.
Oh,
Like, that was an impressive display. Holy shit!
He got the
Yeah.
door almost.
2 nat 20s!
Yeah.
Multiple nat 20s for her, and then multiple nat 1s for you is a rare sight indeed.
That is a fucking sight to behold, especially me rolling the nat ones. What the fuck?
Hey.
It's fine. It's just revenge for Shadowrun.
Fuck you. Anyways, demon, tradition.
Jeez.
Your mum be gay, you fucking laddie!